Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Well, hello there, sir. How are you doing?
Greetings.
I'm doing splendid. How about everybody else?
Not bad, Mr. Dungeon Master, sir.
Yep, just a little sleepy. That's about it.
I feel that.
No, Belsay's always sleepy, so you're in the right headspace.
That's true. Yeah, that's kind of his MO, isn't it? We're of a likeness that way, I guess. I wonder
wrong?
where
I had it on the
Orochi
right sound setting.
and John are. John's in Tailspire.
Yeah, John was.
So is Orochi.
John was in Tailspire.
He might have gotten up to go to the bathroom or something.
Bastard.
You should all be able to control your minis like right away. There might be a couple maps where I haven't assigned you permission to do that because it makes you do it anytime you switch your map. So
Just heard.
once you've been there and you have permission of it, you should have it forever though. So that's a good news.
Hello?
All right. Hello.
Hello there.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
What a wild couple of weeks in the RP chat, by the way.
I know, right?
You're welcome as always. We are here.
Yep, we are here with not necessarily too much free time, but we find the time anyway.
I feel like I've been spending most of my free time in that RP chat, to be honest, just enthralled with the story that is being created right now. But
I know, right?
Pretty awesome to see it unfolding. And yeah, Adrian, I couldn't agree more.
I love it. So much.
Again, because I gotta say, this airship is breathtaking. Like seeing this again, this is just so amazing.
Yeah, some additions too. I added a little bestiary area downstairs in the cargo hold, and everybody should have at least the front part of the ship should have a more expanded room with some balconies.
Oh yeah, look at that. There's the bestiary at the front. That's dope.
Bestiary is
like the very front tip room thing.
At the bottom?
Yeah.
I thought that was a brig.
I guess you could make an argument that it could be both.
It's definitely not very welcoming at the moment.
This thing is so sick, dude. This thing is sick.
I love when you're like down a certain number of layers with the revealing thing, and you just back up. Depending on how high up your camera is, you can still see inside the ship, but then it's almost like a side perspective. That's just so cool.
Tailspire, bro. Why are you so cool?
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, this is so cool, man.
Is this another new headset?
Oh.
Who?
Adrian?
Oh.
This is the same one I had when I came up there.
Oh, you sound different.
You do sound different.
I don't know. Is it better or worse?
You're quiet.
It's just different.
I can hear you perfect.
I can hear everything you're saying. It's not a problem, but it just sounds different than normal.
Yeah, it's definitely different.
It is. I don't remember if I had this one last time we played this or not. I'm also a little stuffy, so.
Oh, that might be why. I was gonna say I'm trying to put my finger on it's not like better or worse. It's just different. And I'm trying to figure out how. But
when you were up here, so it wasn't. It's not that.
I don't know.
Maybe a little deeper? Nah. I don't know.
More trebly? I don't know.
I don't know either.
This airship is great.
How do you not pan, but how do you make the camera seesaw, for lack of a better term?
How do you pitch it, y'all?
Middle mouse click?
Yeah, middle mouse click.
And drag.
Got it. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, I thought you meant
really any which way too, up, down, left, right.
Oh yeah, that's
AB.
Man, this thing is so great.
It's anybody who's played a video game. Hearing those things makes you think of other things.
Yep.
This airship is so great. It's distracting. Like I can't.
Well, I can say
It's really
that
distracting.
Tailspire may be distracting for you then, because this is one of the more simple maps that we'll see today, as a matter of fact.
wow.
I mean,
Oh.
I'm smiling ear to ear. Like it's hurting my face how hard I'm smiling at this airship.
He's smiling so hard it hurts my face.
Yeah, I think a long rest.
Like, I'm getting wrinkles on my face from how hard I'm smiling
That
at
is
this airship.
that is the exact same status that I have, Brian, when I was spending the entirety of my week in the RP chat.
It's just so much like of such a volume. I want to get somebody. I want to hire like an intern to like write down, like log all these RP chats. Like just pay somebody like $1,000 just to like just record it.
Yo, I'll do it.
And put a little timestamp. I'll give you. You want it? I'll do it.
Yeah,
I'll hire
For
you.
$1,000, I'll do whatever the hell you want.
I'm gonna do morphs. I'm sorry. I'm doing a bunch of morphs.
We need
I'll reimburse you for it.
Like
Yeah,
animals?
I'm
Secret
gonna
Six
hire
story?
like a.
No, you can morph,
I'm
and I
gonna
can
hire-
disguise. I have mask of many faces, so I'm just gonna make a zillion different character tokens for my character.
Oh
We
yeah, I
need
got
a Secret Six lore historian like Critical Role has.
Yeah, and get like
Ooh.
a Secret Six animator too. Somebody just to make clips of this stuff. This is just.
Oh, the eyes look good.
This
Oh my
airship is
God.
great.
I mean, I don't know. John's note taking is basically that, or in my opinion, basically already that for the lore bit.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
Like, let's be
That's
real.
awesome. You do it, and he's a real unsung hero because you're doing a really good job on those notes. Like it's
Oh,
really
thank
reliable.
you. Thank you.
All hail the note taker. All hail the note taker.
Yes.
Hail!
Lord
Oh,
knows I did.
Hail,
you,
hail,
thank you.
hail the note taker.
Oh,
Yeah,
I have a
seriously,
mirror. I have a
'cause, John,
black
sometimes
mirror.
I use your
that's
notes as my
Oh, really?
notes.
awesome.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, I've got a black mirror like the Wicked Queen and Snow White or
Oh, this is
whatever
so
in my
great.
room. I don't noticed this. How do you turn your character around manually?
If you hit
hold
We're
Alt.
gonna have to need. We're gonna need
If you
to touch up on the controls.
Yeah, if you pick up
Control.
or select your character and hold Alt, and you'll spin them.
Oh, thank you. Alt.
How do you become Quicksilver? Like, how do you move fast and stuff?
Like hold Shift and drag.
Hold shift, and then yes,
Click
okay.
your character, and then you.
Yep.
That's possibly the best analogy for that action too. How do you become Quicksilver?
Yeah, I didn't question it. I knew what you were talking about.
Immediate understanding.
What a great mirror. Did you pick that out for me, Gan? Did you literally design my room? Because wow.
Yeah, that's the only thing
pretty
I
nice.
added to your room was a mirror. I was like, Solitude doesn't have a mirror? No.
It's a great mirror. It's a really creepy, powerful mirror too.
Let's be
so-
honest. We all know Solitude's the only one that would probably have a mirror like above her bed. Like we all know.
I should have joined like 30 minutes early so I can just look at it and explore the strip.
If I could turn the mirror in that direction so it laid flat, believe me, I would have done that, boss.
Oh my Lanta.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to D&D, where we just sit and admire the cool effects for 35 minutes.
Fine with me.
Yeah, I know. I don't think it'll ever get old.
It's just breathtaking.
Excuse me.
I'm trying to just kind of skim through the bottom of RP chat right now to see basically where we're at, where everybody.
There's been so much that's happened in the.
I believe we left off at trying to get everybody together.
Yeah,
so
that
we could discuss what to do.
Yeah,
that sounds right.
That's what I'm seeing for the most part.
It's like we planned it ahead of time or something.
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
I know I did. Mm-hmm.
I would say
I
then
didn't.
to get started, I'll let you guys kind of just naturally come together as a party and begin to discuss from the various locations you find yourselves on the airship at the moment.
Well, I would think that since Tyrus and Belsay went to go find the others, we probably would have run into Rock first. I think he was closest to us, so we probably would have snagged him up and maybe bumped into Bluey and was it Bluey and Liren that were kind of together? I think, or no, Bluey and
Bluey had just left Solitude's room, so he probably would have bumped into you guys on the way out for sure.
Okay. Is Orochi still on the top deck?
Yep.
Okay. So
Yep.
I guess we're just
We
around
would have
gathering everyone.
tracked him down too.
Rock is actually feeling somewhat spry. He's at full health again.
This is just great.
Okay, I am up in the map room. Is that where we're meeting in the map room?
I think so.
Yes.
Makes me so happy.
Shift drag. Okay.
Right.
Shift drag or teleport.
Like the Flash.
Boogity. Oh, wrong Flash.
Pelsa would also grab the captain, the one who I assume is the one that actually moves the ship, right?
Yes.
Yeah, if you come up into the command
I think we
room,
wanted him to.
You'll see Shiro just kind of steering the ship from the ship's helm.
Okay. Captain, could you join us for a bit? We're potentially considering some change of course.
Is that this guy with the yellow cloak? Yeah, okay.
Hey, he's right there. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. He's right there. So he'd be here anyway. Never mind.
Yeah. Hold tab and you can see names.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's useful.
Ooh, these doors open.
Yep, you can right click on doors and they will give you the option to open and close.
Yep, the little plus sign.
Oh, Shiro. I spelled it Chiro, Chiro, like Rogue One. Shiro, got it.
Not to be confused with churros.
I cannot open these other doors, though. Not that
I
that's
don't
big a deal.
remember. Did Gragas come with us or not?
Gragus is here. Gragus is in the ship. He is overlooking the town as we speak. Closer to the stern, aft, port. What did you say, Shiro? Is front of boat called? Oh, never mind. Gragus is here at the map room, so no need to remember vocabulary for front of boat.
Were you going to continue to join us, Gragas, or did you need to go home?
Oh, I see everybody gathered about. I suppose I'll be staying with you for a bit longer.
That is a good answer, Gragus. Merci. Your company is most appreciated, as is your ample casks of ale.
Huge.
We've already
Casks
done
of ale.
magnificent things together. I suppose it's only right to see what else we can accomplish.
Precisement. So why is it that you have summoned me from my room to this map area? What do we have to discuss?
I assumed you would have opinions on our next course of action.
Oh, we as the party leader, of course I have some opinions, but I do not want to make another command decision.
Well, Tyrus and I were we were looking at the map, and she did some math and determined it wouldn't be that much more of a journey to go up and around the Mournlands and potentially also knock out Orochi's quest on our way to Metrol.
We do also have these eggs that are due to hatch any time. I believe.
I'll stop you right there. There's no need. I've contracted someone else to take the load off my burden.
But don't we need to deliver these eggs?
Yes,
That's
unless
not
we
necessarily.
want to care for an airship full of hungry salamander babies.
Well, I
It
made a
sounds like
bargain with Solitude.
we
I made a
the
bargain with
deck
Solitude.
the deck flip, and it came up in more lands. Okay, I suppose if these creatures hatch, we could put them in the creature compartment below.
Oh, this was
Or if it
already
becomes an
decided.
emergency, we could head to the north. But I think that we should get quickly to the Moorlands. I spoke with a Bluey right before I came up here, and he told me a few things about our potential destinations. The Lord of the Blades, who has powered up the forge in Old Sire. He knows that the forge itself is buried in the mountains southeast of Metrol, the great capital city of former Sire. In addition, it just so happens that there is a potential tome with information on the true names of the demons in a enclave at the same location. So perhaps prior to traveling to the glowing chasm, we stop off at the metro and attempt to stop whatever the Lord of the Blades is doing at the old Sire Forge. Perhaps acquire the tome before or after that.
Louis, I have a question for you.
Yes,
What
dearest.
do you know of this Lord of the Blades? Specifically, his origin.
Blue looks down. You should all be prepared to face the most powerful Warforged in existence. As far as his origins, the Lord of Blades was once my creator.
This is what I heard as well. I wondered if you had the same information.
He is the Aaron Decaneth of which you said you are the spawn of?
Yes.
It is a most foreboding information. I am sorry
But
to
could
hear
you
this,
elaborate?
Bluey.
Solitude, you remember the tale I told you of my creator's thirst for knowledge, subject of
We.
demons?
He was bent on taking the knowledge of the demons and fusing it with channeling their power into the construct to create some sort of demon construct hybrid. We.
That's terrifying.
I believe what he channeled was an old evil. The one laid out in this very prophecy that we have now discussed. I believe my creator has drawn some form of power from Dula Zurak, made a connection of some kind with him. And that is how he became the Lord of Blades.
Tears will pull out the book that she and everyone else got way long time ago, session, like maybe 2, in the vaults that I believe describes sort of the process of turning a human into a Warforged. And she will hand that over to Bluey. And studying this somewhat, it seems to describe using what the forge and the dragon shards to, I don't know, move the essence of a person into a Warforged? Could the same theory be applied to another creature, such as a demon?
Bluey
Is that
holds
what you
out his
think is
hand,
happening?
requesting to see the book.
Yeah, hands it over.
And as he flips through the pages, recognition begins to dawn on his face. This is the manuscripts of my creator, Aaron.
This is written by Erdicana's hand.
By his own hand.
Oh.
Where did you find this?
Deep within the vaults of the, I don't remember the name of the house
The
offhand.
Kundarak vault
Yeah.
in Sharn.
Monsieur Bluey, I have two questions for you. You originally said that your creator was a kind and a good person. Do you think that his having been combined or fused with the mockery, do you think that it can be undone and him return to his original state? Or do you think that he is too far gone and must be destroyed? And that is the only way.
I am
And
but a
another
humble
question, do
servant
you even think that
of...
we are powerful enough to face you?
I am but a humble servant of war, Solitude. This is far beyond my knowledge. Predict such things is quite difficult.
Therese, have you seen anything in the book that speaks of undoing the process?
I don't think we did, right? Just how to, not how to undo.
Yeah, the book is pretty explicit. It's basically like a manuscript about Aaron DeCaneth's experiments. The ones that I was kind of telling you about, Solitude, and the ones you guys may have read in the roleplay chat there. What Aaron was doing right up before the events of the Day of Mourning occurred was trying to find a way to fuse a construct with the power of a demon. And in doing that, he seemingly was beginning to go mad. It's kind of what Bluey alluded to. And the manuscript itself is really, it's an exact retelling of the steps that he took to transform a human being into a Warforged. And the documentation at this point, Terrace would have probably had full knowledge that this is done so by committing really a heinous act, a terrible and horrific act, and then merging one's soul into a Kyber shard. Really the only thing powerful enough to hold a soul that's committed that kind of evil.
You said that this was around the time of the morning. Do you think it is perhaps what caused it? I know that we do not know, but could it be a theory?
It's as good as any I've heard.
On the Day of Mourning, according to eyewitness reports, those who got out of the city on time, the grey mists of the moorlands billowed out of the royal palaces of Vermishard and blanketed the unprepared city of Metrol. During the calamity, citizens crowded aboard the lightning rails to evacuate the city, yet hundreds were forced off the last Sire 1313 to make way for an unknown person of importance, known as the Last Passenger. It's an old myth, but they say that it caused a critical delay. The Sire 1313 was enveloped and lost to the mists. Metrol fell swiftly, and from their mists engulfed the whole city of Sire, causing the annihilation of the realm.
The palaces of which?
Vermishard?
Vermishard.
Where is that? I'm looking at the map. I'm trying to find it.
The great city of Metrol boasts several rising
okay.
spires. Atop them sits the 7 palaces of Vermishard.
Got it.
Many of them
Was
no longer exist, obliterated by the day of mourning.
Mm-hmm.
Was Michel de Canef doing his experiments in one of the palaces, or was it in the mountains to the southeast, like you believe the forge is located?
I believe they are located near each other. However, if Aaron was doing experiments, it was undoubtedly within the Decaneth Enclave.
And not the Palace of Vermishard itself?
No, I don't believe it was the Palace of Vermishard itself. However, there is little known other than that is where the mists originated from. Thus why many believe that's where the event occurred.
As strange of a thing as it is to say, it seems that perhaps the day of mourning prevented something worse.
I don't see Lord of Blade still lives.
I assume he would, if Bluey himself is still alive after such a grievous wound.
Warforged were all that remained. Many of the fleshlings were melted by the forge,
Yes.
creating forge wraiths that now roam the mournlands, moaning to the winds. Their souls tormented by the fires that took them from this world.
Right.
Is the Great Forge or the Old Forge is also in the Decaneth Enclave or in an area nearby?
The old forge is on the outskirts of the city, built into the mountain crop. A great, powerful structure. It lies nearby Decaneth Enclave.
Okay.
Have you been there since the day of mourning? Do you know if it still remains where it once was?
I have traveled into the Mournlands since that fateful day, but nowhere near the city of Metrol.
Right.
Bluey, you have faced the Lord of the Blades. Do you have seen us in the combat? Do you think that we are up to the task of facing him, or should we perhaps seek other destinations first?
His minions, perhaps, those he's recruited. Certainly. Lord of Blades himself. I fear that is a feat no one can accomplish at this time.
Not yet.
Then what is it that you would like to see done at this time? What is feasible to you?
I believe the Lord of Blades is working, as I said, with Dula Zurak.
Mm-hmm.
We must go there on a reconnaissance mission. Learn what he is up to in that forge. Whether he is creating an army is no longer in question. What he plans to do with it and how he plans to strike, very much so is. I'd also like to know the rumors are true, and if crystal shards have begun to naturally form in this plane.
Crystal shards.
Yes. The glowing chasm opened up a realm of dark and powerful magics.
Mm.
From its yawning maw, crystal shards began to naturally form and spread from the gap.
We may have a lead there too, or at least a way to dig in deeper than others have before. And she pulls out the other thing that she got from Draylin. The big map with the magical key on it.
Show and tell.
Supposedly this will allow us passageway through a tome, if I recall, something like that. The tomb.
Ooh.
Oh, we are looking for a tome, M-E, in the metro. The Kenneth Enclave, I believe perhaps a tomb in the glowing chasm.
If I remember right.
I can ask Monsieur Draylon. I have him on the dial of speed, if you wish.
Oh boy.
I think when we get closer, we probably should.
Bluey asks you, where did you procure this key from?
A gentleman by the name of Draylin. Back where Caracas is from.
And he told you it would open a doorway
Yes.
in this city of Metro.
In the glowing chasm, I think.
Wait a minute.
It's a bit of a questionable source.
Sorry to interrupt real quick, but didn't Louis met Draylin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was like, wait, didn't Louis meet him? So sorry. Anyway, go ahead.
I may as well send him something now. It may take him a bit of time to respond, and since we are figuring out our next destination, whoops, whips out the amethyst pen.
Theories that appear wild and crazy at face value often find themselves to be revolutionary. Perhaps this key will prove to be the same.
Perhaps.
You can only hope.
As the old man said, there's only one way to find out.
Solitude will flip to a page in the Book of Shadows and pen to Michel Draylon. The key that you gave to Madame Thierry, is it for use in a tomb in the glowing chasm, or for something in the old city of Le Métro? Répondez-vous s'il vous plaît? Question mark.
Ah, but it is a key that opens a portal to the chasm itself.
Okay, I pass this on.
Tears would remember better than I do. Something about using it at a stream of blue light? Something like that?
I will ask him
Ask him where we were supposed to use it.
Do you know where this portal is located?
In the middle of a
And what
great
it looks
gulch, you will see, as the moonlight passes, he gives you a time period from Eberron time, which I'm struggling because there's 12 months that are all Eberron months. They have their own calendar. But he gives you a time period on this exact day of this exact month, which just fatefully happens to fall. But 24 hours from now.
24 hours?
Oh.
That there will be an alignment of the moon. And during the night, the moon will shine through and will reveal a keyhole in the ground that opens up a doorway to the glowing chasm.
Oh, merci, Draylon. But where in the ground? Corver is a large continent. Is it by the chasm itself, or in Metral, or ... question mark.
The chasm is a great opening in the ground, impossible to traverse. This doorway is said to be a way down below. I cannot tell you what it reveals. I cannot even tell you where it is. Only that the runes show that a great, powerful stone arching up into the sky, several holes in it, serves as a guide. The moonlight that shines through will reveal a keyhole. And he describes that this is in a great gulch near the city of Metrol. He, I want to say, sends like a vision to Solitude of what this would kind of look like. It's two rising cliff sides, probably 50 feet from one another, and in between them is this huge desert-like gulch, and it goes on for quite some ways, and you can even see a gigantic rift in the ground near this area. Basically a spot where the chasm is split, and you can actually see into the glowing chasm. And he says that the door-by is somewhere nearby, only to be revealed on that fateful day.
Well, we should make haste.
Sounds like we don't have a lot of time.
Think we know that our first destination is, if we only have the 24 hours?
I suppose the cards were right.
Apparently.
They often are. They often are.
So then we must
All
make
right.
haste.
Oui. Monsieur Zero, is the sheep ready for travel?
I really thought you said sheep that time, like bah.
That would have been bad.
Would have been terrifying.
Oh,
No.
that was
And,
that was
Do
better.
we all have our equipment for the journey? Food and so forth and so on?
The ship is ready, madam.
Is
Then
the
let's make haste.
yes. Is the ship stocked with supplies, food and such?
Yes.
Extra.
There is food enough for several weeks.
Perfect. Well,
But
then,
is
if
there a
we
refrigerator? No.
is there a refrigerator? Excuse me while I just for the next day just constantly cast
Ray
Cone of
Frost.
Cold
Frost.
or Ray of Frost. Yeah.
For the next day.
And Belsay is
Hey,
now a
someone's
refrigerator.
And someone's getting exhaustion.
Right, well, if there is no further business here, I believe, Mr. Shiro, you have our permission to set a course for the ancient city of the Metro?
Aye, aye. Then we will make for the city of Metro.
Does anyone know what we can expect in the Mournlands? Since we are making a circuitous route, I assume we cannot simply go there in a straight line.
One does not
For a
simply
reason.
fly into the Mournlands.
Nice.
I'm sorry.
That is what you're going to try and do.
I heard Ned Stark somewhere. That was weird.
It's only Rock Bean. The first character to die.
Rock Bean. I hate it so much.
I think the only one to travel to the Morlands before was Monsieur Bluey, and unfortunately, he does not need to breathe, so we do not know what the effect it will have on us respiratory individuals.
As Bluey would say, fleshlings.
As I would say, with respect to what to expect in the Morlands, you'll never know.
Remind me never to visit someone named Haroon.
It is not a person, it is a location.
Shiro puts the ship in motion and puts it into a sort of state of autopilot as he moves over to the navigation table, looking at the map.
Oh, that's cool. So it'll be what? A day and a half till we're there?
We don't have that long.
If we need to make it
What's
there
your
in 24
Shiro?
hours, we're going to have to change our course, says Shiro. And he begins to move the pins around. And you see that he does his best to keep the trajectory or the path as far out of the mist as possible, but there is places where he just simply must go through the mist in order to save time. He charts out a new path, says that he can make it there within 24 hours, giving you a few hours to perhaps walk around Metrol and find this locale you're looking for.
Right.
That is more than we can ask for.
I fear there is risk involved with this path. The mists have a funny way of affecting fleshlings.
In
Are
what
you
way?
all prepared for this? He explains that the mists themselves have varying levels of exposure. A few hours spent in the mist causes simple exhaustion. A few days spent in the mist causes mild hallucinations. Mild to severe hallucinations, we'll say. A few weeks spent in the mist, a human being will absolutely lose their mind, becoming feral even. And those that have wandered into the mists and been unfortunate enough to end up wandering out have been nothing more than a horrific sight to behold for those that bear witness to them after.
Désolé. I don't suppose the circle of teleportation has been completed? She says judgingly to no one in particular.
Ah, yes, it was finished before you boarded.
I was going to.
Well,
I was going to say I paid extra to make sure it was finished.
Bellissé, fantastic for you.
I'm sorry. What
Thank
did you
you.
call me?
Monsieur Bellissé, oui?
It's just Belse. Not. I'm not your stomach.
I'm sorry. This is how it is said in the Facebook room. I will work on my accent. Bellissé.
I do not have the ability to use the teleportation circle yet anyway.
Right. But at least we have it for when you can.
Yes.
Bellise, get out of here.
Is it, do not make fun of the way that I speak.
It's the first time you've said his name that way.
Right. That's
I've
why.
decided it from now on. It's going to be Bellissé.
Oh no, it won't.
Here comes a headbutt. I feel a headbutt coming on.
What? Belse? Nah. You haven't physically accosted him when he was sad, so you're doing okay.
Like God.
Rock will get up and say, if there's nothing more, I could really use a nap.
Yes, Rock, I think that would be wise, says Bluey, to all of you that have not rested or seemingly need rest. Those of you that have and look well rested, He doesn't make such judging gestures towards what is ahead of us is extremely a daunting task.
I think I could use some rest as well, actually. It's been a... And he glances at Rock. Long day. If you have need of me, anyone, I will be in my cabin. Asleep. Oh, Captain. And Belsay will walk over and whisper to the captain that he'll put in a request to have some of the blood that he forgot to request be cleaned up. Be cleaned up by one of the crew members.
Oh no.
Before leaving.
Yes, I was wondering where that mess came from. Don't worry about it. It's already been attended to. And we understand you have things better to do than swabbing the decks. He nods to you respectfully.
He claps him friendly on the shoulder and makes his way to his room to nap.
So sweet dreams, Belsay.
You as well, if you
Suppose
are
I
so
shall
inclined.
retire as well.
I'm going to bed too, Solitude. I mean, not with Solitude. I'm going to my own bed.
Jeez.
Wow.
Subtle.
What?
Door opens. It's so cool. Oh my gosh. I just went downstairs.
I tried to open the hatch, but it didn't work.
Tyrus, not having had a full adventuring day worth of encounters on RP chat downtime, is fine, and she will stay up and offer to help steer and navigate in any way that she can.
I'm gonna go ahead and go plug in a long rest if that's okay with you, Ged.
Absolutely. You guys will have plenty of time while you're on this ship.
Oh, good, because I was hoping to do the same.
Yeah, you guys will have time for at least 4 long rests while you're traveling. It's going to be about 22 hours flight time from where you guys are at to get to the city of Metral, even with Shiro's little shortcut that he's provided.
Does Dan sort of not have a pilot voice a little bit? Like the way he sounds on Discord sounds kind of piloty. Like I feel like I'm in an airplane right now.
And this is Captain
Plus the wind
speaking.
blowing and all
Make
that
sure you
stuff.
keep your hands inside.
Yep, now I hear it. Yep.
We'll do our best just to, I would say probably pass whatever time you guys don't want to spend just role playing what you guys are doing on the ship. A lot of that got done in RP chat, but that was prior to actually taking off from where you guys were at in Zolenberg. So from this point on, you've got 22 hours. Feel free to use it as you guys deem fit. But if you want to fast forward at any point, you just let me know.
I actually had one quick question about the ship itself.
Sure.
So the glass orbs that are, I assume, basically the stand-in for a closed-off balcony.
Mm-hmm.
Are those airtight, or are they just sort of they're not airtight, but they're there to block most of the weather?
Yeah.
Like, are they actual glass orbs, like fully sealed?
They're fully sealed. I want to say that they would have doors to get into them. From their entrance points, it looks like, I think visually they're sealed off, but you can actually move right through them with your mini. And I would say it's like you could consider it like a gondola if you've ever been in a gondola before.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious if it was actually, like, if say the mists were a thing, we could stand in those and potentially not be affected by direct contact with the mist, but still be able to see out below the ship.
Yeah, they're 100% sealed. So this is considered being indoors, inside, and from within these orbs with the door shut. It would probably be the safest place on this ship to not be exposed to the mists.
Okay.
Very astute observation, I might add.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Because I know some spells can be cast just by, you don't need to actually be outside. So I was just thinking. So anyway, that's all I wanted to know.
They also serve as a pretty perfect point for an observation area. You know, just looking around, being able to scout out where you want to land, perhaps, or what region of Metrol you're in, so to speak. So, from a perspective of how you're able to see and what you're able to see, that's probably a great place.
Perfect. What? Nope. Sorry. Never mind. Belsa wouldn't think of that, so never mind. Actually, I lied. One more question. Just thought of it. Out of the I'm sorry. The I can make one. The plethora of maps that the ship has. Oh, pretty good actually. Would there be a map of Metro? Being once a main hub of the continent?
Oh yeah, like an old map.
Yeah, like of the city as it was.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Monsieur Bluey said that such a map may not be of much use because the mists have altered a great deal of the landscape of the metro. Whole sections of the city are in different places now. But I still do not think a map would be harmful. It just may not be as helpful as you think.
It could at least give us an idea of what we're up for, though. You know, what might have been in the city, perhaps. Or if okay, say whole chunks of the city have been moved. There's still chunks of the city. So we'll have a map of that chunk.
Correct. And I know it is not our first destination, but the Decaneth Enclave is nestled in mountains to the southeast. I doubt that the mountains themselves have moved. So that will perhaps aid us in locating the Enclave and the Great Forge, at very least. You never know. I say Runian sayings are certainly coming in quite handy here in Eberron.
I love the way all the castles are like starfish almost. What weird. What a weird city.
Oh, that's really cool.
Thank you.
If you're looking at the map too, or if Bells is looking at the map, Blue would point to like Stormantic Bay, Stormantle Bay, River Melandor, and explain that these have both dried up after the day of mourning, and that these lands have been barren for some time. The only vegetation that remains are strong trees that survive extremely rough temperate conditions.
It is a shame. It appears to be a city most beautiful.
It was.
In its time.
There is no mistaking. It was absolutely the jewel of Galifar. However, that was what once was, no longer what is.
Shame.
Does anyone else find it quite strange that the mists in the morning obey the exact boundaries of New Sire? Does not appear to be a mist natural if it comes and goes and slithers and slinks around the man-made borders. Wait,
is that true?
Something of a curiosity, yes.
Yeah, they have a very stagnant border. They don't shift around or move around from a geographic perspective. You can see them kind of swishing and swaying, like mist or smoke would do in the wind, but they never actually move from the barriers that they hold. And since the day of mourning, when the smoke or mists billowed out from Vermishard and the palaces that be or that were, really the structure of the mist cloud hasn't changed. It rises all the way up high into the skies. There's seemingly no end to it, but longitude and latitude wise, no, it has not grown or changed since that day.
So it's clearly 100% natural, the mist. That's what it sounds like.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, just normal mist.
Absolutely normal.
Absolutely not. What would make you say that?
Cody was saying that.
Staunch with sarcasm.
Does not speak sarcasm. What is sarcasm?
Mist tsunami? That's terrifying.
Yeah, and that's kind of neat.
Sorry, guys. My main two languages are sarcasm and dad jokes. So
Hey, two minds alike in that one.
Oh no.
I feel like that just means you're good peeps to have around if that's your languages.
better than having a square.
Yeah, Dulce goes to bed.
Seems like on that note, I'm going to bed.
No. Goodbye forever. Oh wow, you really updated Orochi's room. I just saw that. Nice.
It looks much nicer.
Crap.
Well, I don't know if there's a place to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, sticking in with Lyra, given their current dilemma, seemed awkward at best.
John, me seeing you're seeing Solitude's token laid down just really puts into perspective how stupidly big that bed is.
I'm trying. It's a really giant bed. I'm trying to like every time I hit the parts, the rugs that are hanging over, it teleports her like to the top of the ship. So she's trying to like move her without getting ported somewhere. There we go.
I just like to think that bear on there is just a giant body pillow.
It's a nice bed.
That's so funny.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. I didn't even realize that was a bed. I didn't think that was the bed. I thought it was like a carpeted area, but yeah, that's the bed. Wow.
I love it.
You know, it is nice. And Tyrus, it looks like you got rid of your cauldron in your room. I'm a little surprised about that.
Are you? Hey, look at that! You got rid of it for me. Yeah.
Are you worried about fumes? Like a fume hood?
Yeah, because
It
it's
took
like
up too much space.
super attention to details here.
Yes.
Love it.
On it. Oh.
While you guys are in the roleplay chat, I'm in Tailspire just imagining all of these things.
Oh, that's so cool.
I like it.
Awesome.
It's funny because that RP chat will go off, in the midst of, I'll be building something or see something. It is like, that is uber inspiration to keep doing what you're doing in the middle.
Nice.
Anyway, you guys, I'm sure all the ones that are needing rest fall back to your rooms. And I think I may have left you hanging on a question that you had, Adrian, regarding directions, maps, or maybe I
Oh no, she was just gonna hang out with the captain and help, like, navigate and learn how to operate the ship a little bit, and
Got it.
generally be nosy.
That's smart to have somebody else who knows how to steer the ship, just in case.
Shiro notices your marked interest in how he's navigating and flying the ship, and happily begins to kind of teach you, show you the ropes, so to speak. At one point, he even tells Tyrus, "Go ahead, take the helm."
Oh,
Thank you. And she would do so.
Oh god, it's gonna be manual, not automatic, isn't it? Nope. That's third gear, not first.
Shows you a small little orb that sits next to what looks like a steering column. You see that large wheel.
Is it this little purple thing?
Yep.
Cool.
That little orb, as you put your hand on it, you can see that it kind of rotates within the socket that it's in. And you can see that as you push up, you feel the ship begin to decline rather quickly. And as you push down, you feel it begin to rise. And suddenly you understand that the mechanism is basically to control your altitude. Whereas...
It's so intuitive.
"Ah, you're a natural," he says.
Thank you.
And the wheel itself, quite simple. You can steer left to right, feel the ship begin to move very smoothly. You also notice, similar to a boat, as you steer the wheel, that it's got sort of like a delay to it as it begins to respond to your commands. The feeling is rather exhilarating, flying an airship for the first time, I would imagine.
Oh, absolutely.
And I would say anybody experiencing something like this would certainly feel inspired. Go ahead and take inspiration for flying the airship.
Ooh.
Hey.
Nice.
Ugh. I know I can take a rest now if I need to, says Shiro, laughing.
You can, yes. Although you have to rest, it's not the same as what others do, but I do know you have to shut down a little bit, some here and there.
Yes. Seeing, hearing, not a problem. Steering, great difficulty.
Well, now we can fly overnight.
Shiro nods, smiling.
Where is the steering area? Where's like the helm of the ship?
Wait, where we just were by the naps?
Yeah, right by the command room. Basically the top area of the ship. The steering column is kind of tucked right next to the navigation table there.
I got it. Okay, now I see it. Okay, yep. Thank you.
And I just realized that I'm not utilizing a very, very advantageous tool. Whenever I'm looking at something and I can show you what it is, it will probably help you to do this.
What's happening?
You should be able to see
Oh.
a couple shots.
Nice, yeah.
Oh!
Great.
Real quick.
Oh, dude, that's dope.
So it's just a way, like, if you guys are ever like, Brady, what are you talking about? Or where are you referring to? Just let me know and I'll do that real quick. And then switch back to exploration mode so everybody can move their minis.
Nice. Does Tyrus learning how to steer cut down on our travel time any? As we have a backup driver now.
Yes, he had plotted out a stop for the ship roughly 12 hours in. The duty cycle of the ship is 24 hours it should be stopped. The fire elemental needs to significantly rest while being recharged. So in this case, he tells you that it's possible, but you'd need to basically stop in the Mornlands and then spend the 8 hours there in the Mornlands, which could be
let's
risky.
not do that. No, that's no. No. Good to know that we need to stop for the sake of the fire elemental, though. Do they ever build these with 2 fire elementals so that you don't have to stop?
Cheryl lifts both eyebrows in surprise. What a terrifyingly wonderful idea. I suppose this is an upgrade that should be considered in the future. The ship itself is built for luxury. Not exactly a practical warship. I'm not trying to say anything less of it. It is, after all, a ship I am the captain of. However, I see opportunities for improvement.
Sounds like a project.
And
we'll get right on it after we survive the Mornlands and save the world. No problem.
he explains if you're interested in any of the fortifications that the ship's hit points, AC, as well as speed and power could be upgraded in such a manner.
Well, I guess I will leave you to it then. I've bothered you long enough, I'm sure. I do need some sleep after all.
On the contrary, dearest, it has been wonderful.
Well, thank you. I will bother you again sometime.
He nods to you as he watches you head away.
Oh.
Team, did we officially divvy up and put spells into the various spell gems? Because that's something we should probably do during our downtime.
Great.
Mine are all filled up.
Good point.
I was gonna say I don't think we did that actually.
I would have wanted to put a revivify in one of them just so we have a backup in case something bad happens to Lyran.
Either of us can hold on to that. I think we can both cast it.
Both cast what?
Revivify.
Revivify?
Belze does not have access to that yet.
That's on your spell list, though, right?
That's all that matters.
Oh, yeah.
I can put a level 4 fireball or a dimension door into your level 4 gems. If anyone has any level 4 gems they want filled up, you might come see Solitude. She's got some good stuff.
Do we have level 4 gems? I thought it was just level 3.
I thought we had 2 level 4 and some level 3. Right?
No, we do.
Okay. So did you want to give the Revivify to Belce? Or Tiras?
Give it to Belce. Surely he'll survive.
Surely.
I would, not to humble brag, really, but yeah. Absolutely. I mean, Belce has some spells if anybody, like, some more cleric-y kind of spell, like a lot of buff type spells.
I've got a spell that the warlocks might want.
Yeah, you don't have any spell slots left.
Oh yeah, I'm taking a nap.
But after your 8 hours, though.
I have a second level spell slot.
We got 6 level 4 spell gems. Solitude has 2, Orochi has 2, so there are 2 left.
If you want a Dragon's Breath or a Wither and Bloom, I can provide that before I go to bed.
We got 6 level 3 spell gems. Solitude and Orochi have 1, so there's 4 left.
Wither and Bloom would probably be good, right? I don't remember what that does exactly, but isn't that basically like a lesser fireball kind of thing?
No, it's kind of an AoE damage effect, but it also allows one creature within it to roll a hit die. So it's kind of a damaging heal effect.
It's really nice.
There's the
I mean, I don't see that being a problem. Like, I feel like that's a good one to put into a spell gem just in case to give to like Orochi or something. Just in case, I don't know.
I can put a counter spell magic, fly, remove curse.
Oh, I guess Belsley doesn't have any spell slots left. Never mind.
Bum bum bum.
At least before the rest.
we also have potions of healing. Has everyone taken one?
Uh,
Because we're given 6. That was during the tournament. So if you drank it, I guess during the tournament, you wouldn't have it anymore. But
I don't think I did, but I don't think I had one. Did
Everyone should have one.
yeah. Which means we will delete potions of healing from the group treasure.
Okay, I will. You know, I still have this lion potion that I don't know what it does. I just realized.
Drink it, man. Just go for it.
Yeah. Could one of the wizards ritual identify on it? Because I just looked at my inventory and I'm like, oh yeah, I have this thing that I don't know what it does.
I'd like a counter spell from somebody.
I can give you a counter spell. That is easily done.
That's right. Belzay sent money. Okay. Oops.
I'm going to do some inventory management, which I know our folks on stream are loving, as I'm going to move my I added a chest to my inventory since my room has like 4 chests. I'm going to move the mithril. Remember the mithril we found? I'm going to move that there and some other stuff.
So I'll cast Identify on the potion of bottled lion, and then Orochi, didn't you have one as well? The lesser insanity. I can identify that for you.
No need.
You're just going to chug it and take your chances then. Good luck.
Well, I would consume it.
Comforting.
So yeah, I'll identify that potion of lion for Belzay.
Okay.
And hook up Orochi with a counterspell stone.
Get rid of my javelins. I also still have 4 bottles of fancy wine in case anybody wants some. Was it just a regular potion of healing, by the way? From before?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Cool. Oh.
Who said they had Dimension Door?
Solitude.
Oh, would you put that into my ring for me, please?
Bam. There you go.
Who doesn't have at least like maybe not no magic items, but like has attunement slots available?
I have an attunement slot available.
I think most of us do.
Belzay doesn't. And he has too many magic items. He still has the. I was thinking about it. I was like, oh shit, that's right. The Ring of Ram from Tristan. That Tristan gave him. I believe it was the Ring of Ram.
Uh-huh.
And Belzay can't really use it because his sword, the belt, and the armor. So he doesn't want to give it away, but he wants to make sure someone can actually use it. Who would benefit from it the most or want it the most?
I could probably use a ranged attack. Or a decent a ranged action, but I can always just pick up Firebolt. I'm not super in need.
Does anybody else want to make a claim for it, or because Belsay's fine to give it to Rock if nobody else feels they need it?
Not too much.
Okay. Belsay will find Rock and give him the Ring of Ram and just say, I know things are still tense, but we've made up, at least as far as I'm concerned, and, well, consider this a bit of a bridge, if you will. Use it if you need it, but I do expect it back. And he'll hand you the Ring of Ram.
He will nod and bow to you and take it.
Cool. You've got a Ring of Ram!
Woo! Woo! Ram!
Hey, Gan, if we have a spell and a spell gem, does that replace like the verbal components?
Sorry, I heard
It would.
the tail end of that question. What was that?
If we have a spell and a spell gem, does that replace the verbal components? Like, do you just activate, just like, I don't know, somehow mentally activate the gem and it goes off?
Yes, yeah, you don't have to speak a spell that is within a spell gem.
I'm taking one
Oh.
of the cantrip spell gems then, so I can put something like a gust or a minor illusion or something in it that I can cast silently if I'm in some covert op somewhere.
Yeah, it's pretty astute observation too. Another cool thing about spell gems, kind of like potions, don't require casting. So casting restrictions, stuff that stops you from being able to use magic in that way.
Right.
Potions can get around. It's kind of the same thing with spell gem. It's their little loophole, but you really just have to hold it within your hand. All of the concentration stats and things like that still apply, though.
I recall, like any material components that you have to be done, like as you're casting it into the spell. Is that right?
Yes, yeah.
So,
So if there's any kind of components required for your spell, basically it's gotta happen right there at the moment of casting.
yeah.
Yep.
Which is nice because that means you don't have to have it on you later.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Does that cover all of the gems then, I think?
Yeah, I'm putting a minor illusion in my gem.
That's a good one.
Have the gem.
I think we still have 2 4th level ones. And 3 3rd level ones. Lyra and Nathael, do you have any offensive magic?
Not particularly.
Well, she'll give you a spell gem with most minute meteors in it.
Ah. I'm familiar with it. I've seen you use it. I think I've seen you use it, right?
Nope, not yet.
Oh, I've heard you talk about it. That's what it was.
That's a good spell. I love that spell.
It's really nice, especially if you don't have a lot to do with the bonus action. It's just.
Mm-hmm.
Damage upon damage that way.
I just feel like the visual is also super cool. You know, just
It really is.
It's very, very Naruto with the black orbs. I don't know why. So do we take our rest and move on?
I think so.
I think so. Yeah.
I just wanted to say too, if you're looking at the map of Metral, we were talking a little bit about the southeastern corner, and so that really pointedly because the area of Metral that you guys are going to be going to, just from a strictly meta strategy perspective, is literally just that little quadrant in the southeast corner across the river Melandor. So the only part of the city that is on the right side of the river Melandor is basically what you're going to be exploring. All of the points of interest that you guys are interested in all kind of fall within that general vicinity. And that's basically...
We're not going to try to go to the other places. I mean, one of the places is the Cathedral of the Sovereign Host. Like, that sounds awesome.
I'm not going there again.
I'm
because
just to inconvenience you.
Dungeon Master.
Well, the Cathedral of the Sovereign Host is actually one that you could go and see, to be honest. Yeah, anything that's a point of interest up there outside of the Metral Arena, which was obliterated completely, would be a point of interest that you could go to. Palaces of Vermishard, Cathedral, the Sovereign Hosts, Lightning Rail Station. So those are all going to be areas you could still go to.
All right, guys, you heard it first. We're going to go from 1 to 4. First the Palace, then the Cathedral, then the Arena, then the Lightning Rail. Even if the arena's not there, we're going anyway.
Hey, no, that's completely acceptable. It won't be so much like that, like people go to see the arena in Rome, like, oh, it's beautiful structure, even though it's a little worn down. You're like, oh, like the city I live in, this is a plain field.
City I live in.
Wow, look at this hole in the ground. I love that song.
All right. We are mid-long rest, so that means that the elves have to pick up an RP for 4 hours while the rest of us sleep.
Ah. Yep.
Oh yeah, Rock does only need 4 hours. Nice.
Well, Belsay's basically a half-elf, so he's going to also only get 4 hours of rest, so...
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so that's my argument. Wow, good 4 hours of rest, right, guys? Wow.
Sounds awesome.
I get up briefly, have a puff on the hookah, stroll around, barefoot, look in the mirror, comb the hair. The time is it quelle heure est-il? It's probably still the middle of the night. Oh, my bearskin rug is so comfy. Oh. Back to sleep.
Is Solitude the kind of person that puts on mascara before bed just to look pretty in the morning?
Probably.
Oh no, she would take it off. I think she takes off whatever. I don't know how. I don't think she's a heavy
you wouldn't
makeup.
wake up with it nice in the morning.
Yeah, I don't think she's a
Wake
heavy
up with a
makeup
pillow covered in black.
girl. She's kind of a natural beauty.
Insight
Skin's
check.
pretty perfect.
Insight check. Oh, John.
Yeah. It's like insight check for the makeup.
Her hair, I bet you her hair is the most difficult thing to
12?
manage.
Oh my god.
Okay. Solitude. Oh, an 8. I don't know if you're persuaded.
John, you're a lawyer, right? Persuade us on why solitude doesn't put.
Oh my stars.
Does Solitude wear makeup in the morning? We're not sure. Let's find out.
Yeah.
The real questions on the campaign here.
Right?
It's like I get it. The Lord of Blades, you know, he's an interesting guy, but hear me out. Solitude, makeup in the morning, who knows?
Does Solitude have a tail? Yeah, let's
Already
find
learned
out.
that one. Yeah, that's more mysteries. Yep.
The world may never know. Just like how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop.
I think her hair gets tangled up in her horns and her necklaces and stuff like that, and that's the biggest mess to deal with is her white hair.
She wears her necklaces to bed.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I think she does. Yeah.
God, that sounds so uncomfortable.
Maybe she shouldn't, because you could hang yourself by accident with necklaces. So she'll start now that she has some room. She'll hang them. She'll hang them on a chandelier or something.
Sure.
Chandelier.
I wasn't gonna say it, but
Is it a Sean Beandelier?
Chandelier, and she probably does. She sleeps with her book though. She sleeps with her book of shadows. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm sad only Belsay caught that one.
I think I'm the only one that acknowledged it.
I caught it. I just chose not to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I acknowledged it via meme.
'Tis but a gift to the foes of Gondor, or Mordor, whatever.
It's against him.
Now I want to watch that movie.
No, no.
Really good movie.
Tears will take her long rest and get up about 4 hours before everybody else does. Let's hang out in the common area. Do some random movings abouts.
So do we survive the long rest, Dungeon Master?
Are we attacked by like?
Yes, no death or attacks occur while you're a Skyborn. Fortunately, it's a relatively pleasant ride, not very turbulent, and the Lux design of the airship lends to that. That is to say that flying might not always be so smooth as you add more armaments and power capabilities to the ship.
So after the full rest, we'd probably be like, I'm guessing near like Lake Sire, or no, not even. Kind of like just turning up towards north. I would guess it's towards the metro. Because you said it's a 22-hour flight, right?
Yes, you're about a third of the way there, roughly. So I would say that you're getting close to what would look like the point of let's say on the map it would be Learenton, like right before the Mornland mists start. There's a lot of border cities in Dargoon, in the northeastern portion of the continent there, Gorgonhorn, which we talked about before, the Goblin City, and then down a little bit to the right below it, Olkan, and then Learenton is the area I'm talking about. That's where the ship would stop, land, and take a bit of rest for the elemental. A short rest allowing him to recharge the engines for a time, affording you the ability to carry on within about an hour's time. And from there, Hero would redirect the ship, heading towards Metrol, and the ship would be in continuous motion until that point.
You guys ever been on a cruise ship before?
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Yeah, they have the kind of the track, the running track around the outside top deck of the ship. Solitude is doing a health walk around the top deck of the ship.
Gus is up there playing shuffleboard.
Yep.
And upon reaching Metro, from the time you guys spent in the mists while you were traveling on the kind of second leg of your trip, so to speak, you guys are going to face one level of exhaustion.
Okay.
What if we remained below deck?
If you remain below deck, you can roll a Constitution save to see if that is the case.
Yeah, once we get into the nasty area, I'm not doing my health walk anymore because that's just dumb. So I'm gonna start sticking around those pods.
And if you decided to head into the pods during the mist breaching, we'll call it, you would not have to make a Constitution save, as that was your original idea, Steve. I would say fair to say that Belsen may have done that.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking originally. Perfect. Yeah, because Belze would definitely want a visual, but not risk whatever the mists could do.
Bonjour, Monsieur Belze.
Ah, yes, Solitude. Hello.
I suppose perhaps this evening we should test out our stones of communication. Make sure that they are working properly.
Well, I mean, we've already tried them out, didn't we? They should be working just fine. I would think.
I forgot that we had already tried them out. Your armor is especially beautiful today. It is shining in the sun.
Thank you. I I had to take some extra special care in cleaning it. You know, just in case there wouldn't be time later. Proper equipment care is the most important thing a soldier can do.
What did this area of the military did you serve in when you were a fighter? Were you infantry, cavalry, officer, artillery?
Cavalry lieutenant, actually.
A cavalry lieutenant. So you have some skill with the mounted horses and beasts?
Primarily, was my form of combat, yes. Until the end.
Did you have how many under your command?
Belce kind of his face sort of takes a bit of a downturn, and he just kind of looks. He's been looking out from the balcony down below, maybe as we're passing over like the glass plateau, let's say, or what have you, and just kind of admiring the views of the mists, and just says, "Too many."
I'm sorry, it is still a recent subject of much sadness. Yeah. I wonder how the sunlight will look refracting against the mists.
I don't know. I'm actually quite curious myself if this mist is indeed unnatural. Would sunlight act the same or not? Does it, Mr. Dungeon Master? Looking around the mist, does it look like thicker than normal, or I don't know, doing something weird with the sunlight?
No, you just you see it looking as normal as you ever have seen it, swaying slightly, swishing ominously.
It's unsettling, isn't it? in a sort of permanent way.
It is the unnatural nature of it is concerning. Perhaps it will aid in matters of stealth, though, when we are in the city itself.
I get the feeling that whatever we run into, if we run into anything, that we will be the fish out of water. They'll probably be whatever we run into will probably be, I would think, used to it. Dulce then kind of like leans over and looks down, like really tries to like look down, and he sort of takes a step back and says, I know the mist is blocking how high we are, but that is very high.
She whips out her Book of Shadows and pens to Shiro. Well, Monsieur Shiro, approximately how high up are we right now? Question mark.
We are roughly 1,200 feet in the air.
We are 1,200 feet in the air.
Right. 1,200 feet. That's very, very high. Right.
It is a good thing they installed these barbels and not just the ropes they had earlier.
Right. An open balcony? How ridiculous would that be?
Seems like a bit of a hazard.
Right. It would look stupid.
I love you, Steve. You're a fantastic person. Don't let anyone else ever tell you different.
Oh no. I'm sorry, I can't help but make jokes. Oh no.
Monsieur Besset is a Paladin. I assume that you are a follower of a higher power of some sort. To which deity do you ascribe?
I don't worship a deity. How do I describe this?
It's interesting.
Think of it less like ascribing to one specific, and in air he uses the like air quotes with his hands, God, whom most are frankly shams. I believe in divinity within. Let's put it that way. Your power comes from within. My power, I get through belief in myself. And no greater being, no creature from beyond gives it to me. No, there's no afterlife. Solitude. There's no. I'm sorry, say that again. If my headphones cut out.
In a way, I understand. I am aware of the essence of their creatures, the strength and energy of their auras, and so forth.
Exactly.
Do you believe in a heaven or the 9 hells is in existence?
Oh, I'm sure they are places that you can go, but I don't believe they are the end all be all, if it were. While they are places you can go, they are no different than, say, going from one village to the next. It's just a little bit extra effort to get there. That does not make them your final destination. You can still die in such places. So where do we go after that? I don't believe we go anywhere. And that's why life is precious. Because this is the only thing we have. Don't you agree?
I do believe that the life is most precious. as far as what is in store for after we die, I believe that there is an afterlife. I believe that those we serve will reward us or condemn us based on whether we were true to them or not.
Who do you serve?
But unfortunately, I am forbidden to say who my master is. But I have served him since the moment I was born. It appears that my mother made some sort of bargain with him, and I was the prize of the bargain.
So, you could make an argument that the creature you serve is not a god, but your god. In a sense of control.
Indeed, they most definitely mount. I agree. He is most certainly the one to whom I am most accountable.
So then he's who gives you your power, yes? Or do you get, or is it your own power? And he simply tells you he gives it to you.
He has given it to me in exchange for my pact with him. He has protected me and kept me alive through many a difficult circumstance throughout my life.
Fascinating. Well, in short...
He is...
No, go for it.
He is most concerned with the situation and with the Dark Six. Especially with the mockery.
Well, as he should be, since apparently he's quite the devil. What? Oh, well, you said you couldn't say who you worship, or well, not worship, who you are beholden to. Would you say he is a kindly creature?
I would say that he is efficient, organized, focused, determined, knows what he wants.
But does...
compassion? I would not say so much the compassion, but look around you at this world. Look what all just happened. This great war, this last war. I do not think that he would do a worse job if he was in charge than the people who made a mockery of this land.
Well, I think that just proves that the gods, again with air quotes, are just incredibly powerful creatures. Not deities. Certainly not the creators. And I think yours is very much the same.
If the gods are here, something must have created them.
The gods must be crazy.
Hey, I like that one.
Oh, is Rock there?
No, I am not there at all. I'm just making a comment.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, wait, were you referencing the movie?
Yes.
Okay.
What movie?
The Gods Must
Be Crazy.
Never heard of it.
This has been a pleasant conversation. Belsi, I have a question for you.
Yes?
How much gold would you take to climb over the ropes and just stand on the glass pod over the balcony?
Solitude, Bluey says as he walks out onto the ship deck. Why must you always test your fate?
Well, it looks sturdy enough.
Sturdiness.
I would recommend you do it, Bluey. You look like you may weigh, no offense, a bit more. Cracking the globe could be a real thing.
I would not suggest moving past these ropes, says to Belsay.
Oh, I had no intention of doing so, and Solitude, I don't believe sturdiness has really much benefit for me when, if I was to fall, hundreds of feet, sturdiness will only get me so far before terminal velocity turns me into a pancake.
Do you think this is just glass that you step on a crack and boom, hole, and you fall down?
He shrugs. Maybe.
As they say in Faerun,
Bluey goes into his coin pouch, which lies on his hip, and pulls out two rather interesting looking tokens. They're not Galifars, gold pieces, silver, copper. They have a rough outcropping of an angelic looking wing on the surface of the face of the coin or token. And they're a pure ivory white. And he hands one to each, Belsay and Solitude.
Do they look familiar? Like religiously, like historically, religiously, or something?
Does Belsay look like kind of like what did you just hand me when Bluey gives it to him?
He's trying. I think he would be more interested initially at what it is, and see if he recognizes it before questioning Bluey himself, I guess.
Do you recognize it, Belsay? Have you seen one before?
I don't know. Have I?
You didn't spend enough time, I don't think, in Sharn to have seen one of these. So I would say
no. No, I don't think I do recognize it.
Oh.
If it's a Sharn-ite item, then does Solitude recognize it?
You know exactly what it is right away. Let me shoot you a quick DM here.
An ivory white coin.
Is a token of Featherfall, says Bluey to Belsay.
Oh. I'm frankly surprised that each one of us doesn't have one, considering the ship, if it were to go down.
Yes, similar to a gemstone, you need only but have it in your hand for that to happen. Featherfall's spell would take effect. I would suggest keeping it on your person.
Is it a once is it all the time? Once a day? I know there are different ones throughout Shan. What is the composition of this one?
I picked them up long ago, in my last travels to Shan. I don't know exactly who made them. I bought them from a street vendor, to be honest, but I can assure you, the ones I've used thus far have worked.
Merci, Monsieur Bluey.
Yes, thank you. Do you have one for everybody?
Of course. I plan to distribute them.
It is most appreciated. I get the sense that any advantage we have would be most useful.
Yes, hearing Solitude gave me the idea. Bluey walks back inside the ship.
Dulce turns to Solitude. Now I'll do it. How much gold were you offering before?
No.
No, I insist. I took you up on your offer. I must hold you up to it.
So jump over the edge here and fall.
Yeah, let me do that immediately. What was it? 1,000 gold, you said?
Oui.
Wait, she wants me to jump off?
No. I just wanted you to see if how sturdy this glass Can you stand on the glass, or does it crack and you fall right through?
Do I believe that she's offering 1,000 gold?
Insight check.
Oh, I'm so good at these.
17 on
Wow.
Deception.
You believe it like a innocent little baby lamb.
Oh, good.
Monsieur Berset, I would not recommend. Your armor is too heavy. We need you for the battles upcoming. So keep an eye on your token. Keep it with you. And by the way, if we do get into a battle, and it appears that falling is a real risk, it is not a bad idea to hang out near the solitude.
I'm not so much concerned for myself as I am for, if we're being honest, literally anybody else in the party. The rest of you are much more likely to go down, I think.
I would not want the name Rock in an aerial adventure, that is for sure.
We're swimming.
What?
You guys do know that the actual name is a bird, right?
A rock?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
thought it was spelled with a K.
No.
It's not
Well,
R-O-C-K, Rock?
No, it's ROC. Like the bird.
I thought it was like a rock guitar, and you just shortened it by getting rid of the G part.
No.
I thought it was like the giant bird.
That is exactly it.
Yeah, that's what I thought of. They'll say then pushes Solitude over the edge and runs away. No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't do that.
There's a pause
But
screen, pause screen,
only-
laugh, pause screen, everyone laughing, and then split to someone else.
Yep.
Because we've hogged the RP channel for minutes now.
Oh, it's fine. Rock has not emerged from his room since we entered the mist.
It is with a K.
And you will read nothing else. That's why I always spelled it as a K, by the way. That's my bad. I thought ROC was the shortened version. The full version had the K in it, but it's a C.
That's fun.
That's not Rock with the K. It's
Solitude sits down and starts playing game of cards with herself. You're welcome to join, Bilsey.
Say we'll join.
Oh, fantastic! So this is a game I have been thinking of where it is like what we do here with magic and things like that, except there are different colors of magic, like white and red, and you gain more strength as each round continues, and you can summon creatures and cast spells and enchant things, and the objective is to get your opponent from say 20 life down to 0. I'm still working out the details, but I think this has a great potential.
Oh Lord.
Yep.
Here, let me show you how it works in general.
So what was Rock doing?
Rock is in his room. He has not emerged since the mist began. Even though he has rested well enough, you have not seen him.
Is Tyrius kind of still in the common space in like the lower quarters of the ship?
Yeah, she's got some books spread out. She's taking some notes. She all randomly will get up and like throw something across the room, like a coin or a rock or something, and kind of like try to measure something as she does so. And she goes back and she takes some more notes, and It's a kind of a curious little thing.
It's awesome. There's
That's
a
so
mini
bizarre.
experiment
Okay.
being conducted. Bluey kind of notices you tossing things around as he walks or clunks by in that area, and as he sees you occupying the common space, he says "Tyrus" suddenly, and if he catches your attention, he'll
Oh,
flip a coin
Bluey.
to you.
Toss a coin to your Witcher.
And
Yes. Sorry.
yeah, the coin begins to flip in your direction. Depending on how you would react to this, if you try and catch it, we can roll
I
for
think
that.
she would miss.
That's what I
I
was
don't think
thinking. I
she's
was
saying
like,
it,
I
but
don't know if
she would
Tyrus
miss.
would go and try and catch it. She'd probably be like, "Oh shit, there's a coin flying at me."
Yeah.
If you want to say you auto fail a catch there, you fumble the coin, and it kind of like as someone who's unexpectedly getting something tossed to them, kind of catch it against your stomach in both palms, and then realize that it's flat white token, round with an angelic feather on the front of it, and he winks to you and says, "Just in case, keep it on your person. Should fall off the ship, you need but only have this in your hand, and Featherfall will be casted."
Wonderful. Thank you. Do you have enough for the others? I can cast Featherfall myself.
Absolutely, but you never know when you'll find this to come in handy. I find them to be absolutely necessary on an airship.
Well, I would agree. If you have enough for everyone, then thank you.
Gives you a small bow with his head, and then he heads in the direction of Orochi and Raktaran's rooms.
Orochi and Taran.
I guess which one?
He stops and knocks at Orochi's door.
He comes and he answers. Bluey, how nice of you to visit.
Greetings, Orochi. I'm sorry to disturb you in your quarters, but I thought it necessary to bring you
Please,
this.
you're not disturbing me.
I was happening by when I heard Solitude discussing, well, a dare, per se, with Belse. While I wouldn't suggest listening to any of Solitude's dares, I would suggest keeping this token on your person. It's a token of Featherfall.
Oh,
It can protect you in the event that you should fall off the ship. I would not like you see you meet your demise.
well, how thoughtful of you. I will happily accept.
You must keep it on your person at all times. Keep it close at hand. And should you need it, you must only grasp at it.
I will do so. And Bluey, after you're done, I'm assuming, visiting Raktaran, would you have a moment to talk?
But of course, I have time for you now, Orochi. Raktaran appears to be resting. I have not seen him leave his room.
Well, then please come in for a moment.
He breaches your doorway and closes it behind him.
Does Bluey have, like, this is gonna sound stupid, Does Bluey? He can smell stuff though, right?
Warforged actually don't have a sense of smell.
Okay, that's good. So Orochi will pull out a chair for him, and he will say, "So, I must admit, I'm quite a fan of your master. Um, forget his name, Aaron? Yeah, it was Aaron. Aaron Caneth was one of the men I respect the most. Could you tell me about him, something before his turn? What kind of man was he? What was his creative process? Did he have any particular muses? Um, anything you can remember?"
Before his turning, as you called it, he was a passionate man, kind and loving. He believed in creating things for the good of the realm, for the good of mankind. All living things, really. He enjoyed nature and spent many of his hours in the palace gardens, tending to them. Many found this strange for a high-born person to be tending to gardens, but Aaron found it relaxing, a break away from his studies, which often were vexing on his mind. I think,
Interesting.
above all, Aaron cherished, well, perhaps it is not mine to speak of. I do not understand things such as love, but I do understand it from the perspective of my creator. Is it wrong, Orochi, to speak of another human's love for another? Bluey looks at you
Could you?
kind of questioningly.
Well, out with it. Could you elaborate further on your question? I want to answer it as accurately as possible. It's not so often that I get to converse with a being such as yourself. I want you to get the answer you're looking for.
When a man loves a woman, so to speak.
Yes. Oh Lord.
Is it possible for that person to this private secret? And if so, what would be the purpose of doing so?
Well, it's kind of strange in a sense. People love in their own ways. People express love in many other different ways. Kind of depends on person to person. Maybe this is just how he expressed his love. I don't know. You have to know the person, which I do not. But I did read the manuscript that Tears mentioned earlier. Just reading the pages, I can tell that his love ran deep. But I'll be honest with you, maybe I'm not the best person to talk about this with. I think you are inquiring on matters of love. Maybe solitude would be the best. Make more inquiries, but
Have you not ever felt love for another, then, Orochi? Are you like I?
oh no, quite the contrary. You could say that this mission is one of love. I haven't spoken to you much about this. I'm on a journey actually to, in a manner of speaking, save my village. I love my people, and I would do anything for them. If you're talking about love in general, it's something like He goes up to Bluey and he points to the center. The power core of yours, it allows you to move, it allows you to function. To humans, love can be the same thing. It can be like an impetus, a spark, something that makes how should I say this? A stationary object mobile. It gets people to wake up in the morning. It makes them create wondrous things, and it makes them also stop moving when such love is removed. You see the effect it had on Raktarin. He lost something he loved, and well, he ceased to be himself without it. You can say that, in the matter of speaking, love is, to certain degrees, like fear, drives mainly most of human interaction. It's a fickle thing, but still a mystery nonetheless. I probably didn't answer a question, but
Bluey looks at you amazed.
I don't know.
I understand love. Love is power, then. And love is power without balance. Is this correct?
Yes. Again, to some people.
Orochi,
well,
you say love can give one power, can inspire, give them a spark. Can love too drive one mad?
Yes, I thought I mentioned rock earlier. It can
just casually throw that out there.
You see, it's not love that causes one to go mad. It's usually the loss of it or the fear of losing it. You see, fear can be a very powerful motivator also. Fear of loss is something that more aptly describes, I think, the condition your master went under. Like I said, reading his manuscript was heart-wrenching, truly. You could see almost into the man's soul. In a manner of speaking, you could read his mind. The pages were steeped with his emotion. In his last moments, I kind of felt like I was there, experienced what he experienced, and under the circumstances, I can see why he did what he did. Anybody would who's experiencing something that they could lose. How would I put it? Bluey, is there nothing that you would do, or is there something more important than anything to you? Like how do you feel about the prince? What comes to mind when you think of him?
The prince is a noble young man. He has served his people well. He will be a good leader if Sire is ever restored to what it once was, though I fear the damage is too deep. You ask what I want most. What I want most is to stand true. I failed my people long ago. I failed this world long ago. On the day Aaron Decaneth became the Lord of Blades. He looks down, wrought with shame.
Well, you answered one of my questions, but I hope I'd answered yours. It seems like you lost something that you loved. It seems like you understand it more than you believe. But I'll say one thing. Take that emotion that you feel, that pain of loss, and bottle that up and call upon it when your situation seems most dire. You will, you will suddenly feel like you have um, the wherewithal, the ability to do things that you think that you couldn't. Once you remember that emotion, It's a hard concept to understand, I know, but meditate on it and think about what I said. You should come to understand it after a while.
While I understand these concepts, I myself do not feel them. However, I appreciate you taking the time to explain them to me.
Hello?
Hello.
Yep.
Oh man. Hello?
I can hear you
Yeah,
okay.
you sound fine.
We hear you.
You're good, buddy.
Do you not hear us?
I'll take that as a no.
Uh-oh.
I'll type it in game chat. We can hear you, Roshi. Oh, lost him. I'll duck into the hallway. Mademoiselle Thierry?
Hello, sweet. Surprised to
Hey,
see
do
you
you
up
think
so early.
I am spending some time seeing the sights? Do you think that we should meet and have a discussion of how we plan to go about finding this location since we only have a few hours once we arrive? Or should we just wing it, so to speak? As a time wizard, since we are pressed for time, I figured you were the one to talk to about these.
Well, as long as we can keep everyone on task, I think we'll be fine.
Should we split up?
I believe we'll have to
Yeah.
wait and see when we get there. It's hard to say whether it will be safe to do so. It seems like it would be smart to cover ground, but if there are monsters about or such things, maybe not. There is a such thing as over planning.
Oui. Well, be careful hanging out in the center of the sheep. These pods are a bit safer when the mists come a knocking.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, my
Thank you.
dear, what is this? It may be quite private, so forgive me if that is the case. But what is the subject of your research that has so many parties so interested in it?
And she, for the first time, really pauses what she's doing and looks up at you with a twinkle in her eye. Only the same thing every other serious chronomancer is working on. Temporal portations. Solitude.
Say,
As they put
say
it in
that
the book,
again.
temporal portation, or more commonly called time travel.
I see. Uh, you have discovered a way to make it possible?
Not yet, but I think I have a starting point that others do not, or they have not seen, or they're not interested in. Hmm. Tell me, Solitude,
Oui, Nostalgis.
how long does it take to get from here to there? And she just kind of points to the other side of the room.
Suppose it depends on if you are a slug or a jackrabbit.
It takes time, though, doesn't it?
Oui.
movement requires time. But if you use teleportation magic, it removes the requirement for time, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, I suppose so. You certainly eliminated all time between my walking to the tent to throw the dynamite
Mm-hmm.
in Nusaya camp.
Mm-hmm.
Very handy indeed.
Imagine if it worked the other way around, Solitude. Imagine if you could travel from one point in time to another as easily as you could from one point in space to another, using more or less the same kind of magic.
That is most interesting. I would travel back to the day that I was dropped off at the orphanage to see who my mother was.
Mm.
But aren't you concerned that such things could create ripple effects? Change time as it is now if you were to travel back?
If one were to travel backwards or forwards, I think the hope would be to effect change, yes. If you could undo a mistake that you made mere moments before, if we could find the cause of the day of mourning, the 100-Year War, prevent that. It's an interesting thought to
Oui.
think about.
Yes, this power, what if it were to fall into the wrong hand?
I imagine that is why Fjarlin had such close eyes on me.
Do you believe their intentions are noble?
Who knows?
These houses, these people, the leaders of this world have not done a good job of handling things so far.
No. I think everyone does as best as they can.
Hmm.
But I also think that, well, perhaps things are too centralized.
Really?
There's an argument to keeping knowledge secret and hidden. The secrets of creating Warforged belong to House Cannith and House Cannith alone. And they have an enormous amount of power because of that. But if everyone knew how to create them, if it were common knowledge, everyone would be on an even ground. I don't know.
It's a strange thing that we have worked up here with the houses and the nations and all of that. I bet if you were to fly this airship up and up and up and up into the sky, you would look down and see that we are all just living on the same rock, all trying to do the same thing.
Solitude, and this is from a personal perspective. Where is Faerun? And how did you get here from there?
Faerun is another place altogether.
Another plane of existence? Or
Another land altogether.
um,
Another version of the prime material plane in another place.
really?
Another place with the rock and the water and the mountains and trees, as here in Eberron.
Uh-huh.
It's people are different. They speak different, obviously. They have a different technology.
Uh-huh.
I
I
was sent. I was sent here. My master.
how? Did you teleport? Or what was your mode of
A
transportation?
rift of some sort was opened up, and I stepped through it. was given some gifts by my master to aid me in Eberron. And once I stepped through, I was in the outskirts of Sharn and made my way into the cogs as a young lady.
Such permanent, or such semi-permanent gateways between the planes are extremely rare. And while you may have heard of such magics in your studies at Arcanics, this would be absolutely, it would be like meeting a celebrity. Having known someone who traveled from a different plane of existence. And Solitude always talking about Faerun, I want to surmise that most of you have sort of chalked that up to, I'm not sure where that is or haven't heard of that before in character. But having heard this, it's quite a shocking revelation. Just want to put that out there.
Huh. Well, I'll be. Huh.
I'll be a goofy goober.
Now that I hear what you are studying, I wish that I had paid a bit more attention to how it all worked. Obviously, Monte, my master, is a powerful being. It was a shimmering track in the ether that opened
I wonder
into
if such,
a opening, and I traveled through it, and here I was.
if such
I was
things
a 12-year-old girl at the time.
between space. I wonder if they exist between times too. Fascinating, Solitude. Absolutely.
I could ask around. I have connections with these abilities. Perhaps in time he may share them with me and I with you.
Maybe. Maybe.
You never
Thank
know.
you. As they say in Faerun.
Maybe.
Huh. And she just kind of looks at you with this new, like, awe and wonder. Huh. Oh, thanks.
Do you know when you are on a horse and it goes down a hill really fast and your belly feels like it flies up your chest?
Mm-hmm.
That is what it felt like when I traveled through the rift.
All right. Sure.
Curious, I will see you in a little bit, but with you, who knows when that will be? Tomorrow, yesterday, or a whole place out there altogether. I will say this, if anyone is responsible for this research, I am glad it is you.
Well, thank you, I suppose. Hopefully,
We-
I can make sure that no one else takes it and does things with it that I wish they wouldn't.
Hmm.
Thanks.
Including these House Fjarlin, my dear. I do not know if...
Including House Fjarlin. Yes.
Guard your treasures wisely. I do not have to know the end results of your research, my dear. And with that, she'll walk off.
Bluey thanks Orochi again for the understanding of what humans feel is love. And he explains that he feels that Aaron DeCaneth may have made a choice near the end of his life as Aaron DeCaneth before his turning. And that awful and terrible choice to commit an act so heinous that his soul would be forever damned and unable to rest with the sovereign host. A religion which he followed quite devoutly while he was alive and well, that is. But upon committing these acts, he was no more Aaron de Cannith.
You said that. Go ahead. Sorry.
What saddens me most about this day is that I had an opportunity to stop him when he were but a man, and it would be simple for me to do so. I told you I cannot feel love as humans do, or emotion. What I do understand and feel, as you would call it, as a human, would be duty, honor. Aaron de Cannith was a man of both. He sought to kill the small children of the Lady Danelle Irwinarn. They were love-locked, you see. And when the queen bore children, the king, of course, claimed them as his heirs. But they were no more the line of Irwinarn blood than Aaron de Cannith himself. No, they were the sons of my creator, his only offspring, his only desire in life, to create children, ripped from him by a man he was sworn to protect, sworn to serve. He explains that Aaron served as one of the king's primary advisors, as an extremely astute researcher, scientist, artificer, magician, really everything. I mean, he's just such a multi-talented individual. An asset is what you would call Aaron de Cannith.
Really tragic indeed, yes. Now that you explain it that way, I can see his descent into madness.
I stood the personal guard for the lady herself. Aaron was fraught with madness one night. He stormed into the castle, and I was the only witness, the only person around. I could have stopped him, but all I could do was watch in horror, not understanding the events as they unfolded before me. I don't know why he did it. Snuff out the life of your own, without cause, without purpose, when all he ever wanted was that very thing. Bluey recounts his research the tale of a father murdering his own two sons.
Reggie's face sinks at the mention of that. And he goes on to say, do you think his research had some type of influence? Do you think these children of Kyber had some sort of sway on his mind, even at that point?
I believe Aaron discovered that a transformation needed to occur within his own body. The human soul is a complicated thing, even more complicated than magic itself. He twisted inward upon himself by committing these acts. And And he was no longer Aaron after that day. Instead,
So,
he became the Lord of Blades.
and what do you think drives him now?
Like other Warforged, he is powered by a core, which contains a kyber crystal. Though the Lord of Blades is unique in the fact that his crystal is infused with the power of ancient evil. You've read his manuscripts. Solitude has come to you, seeking out the names of demons, no?
Yes.
She now seeks out a text, a tome. Jai and Raktaran have helped her to understand. May contain the names of certain demons. My master too sought out this book and recovered it from the vaults in Metral. I believe he drew a name from the book as well. A name
Do you
we
fear
all
for
know too
Solitude
well
also?
by now. And he's talking about Dula Zura.
Do you... Oh, okay. Do you fear the same fate could befall Solitude?
I have warned Solitude that communicating with the demon planes is dangerous and could have dire consequences. Though I trust Solitude, and that her motives, questionable though they may be, are in fact honorable.
I see. Well, I certainly don't want to speak for her, but she fears for her own safety. I think she believes with the aid of these powerful creatures, she will feel more secure. For some unknown reason, she feels like her life is at risk, like she's targeted by others. Maybe she believes with this fearsome force, she will be more protected. Well, I don't understand why she wouldn't feel protected under the protection of the Secret Six. Puzzling to me, but I'll keep an eye out for her. Maybe I'll talk to her at some point. Get her to understand reason. Explain to her the story that you told me.
Solitude strikes me as a person with otherworldly knowledge. I believe she knows more than she even lets on. Perhaps
Possibly.
it is best to do so.
How about this? I'll make you a deal. I'll talk to Solitude on your behalf, and if you would do me a favor, could you please talk to the young Tyrus?
But of course. But with what in regards to?
Well, just like you believe Solitude is dabbling with forces she doesn't understand, I believe Tyrus might do the same thing. You see, when we were in the tournament, that dastardly Australian, she, and I know this, I didn't imagine it. I wasn't imagining it. She almost dominated my mind. But it was almost like time went back, and I had a second opportunity to resist the magic. It was Tiras. She has the power to reverse time, even if it's for a second. She can do it. I felt it. It was her. And I believe that's a part of her research. I think that she's maybe experimenting on extending this magic. And the applications of that are, well, it'd be bigger than the Warforged. It'd be bigger than the Kyber shards. If one could reverse time on a grand scale. I try to warn her of this, but I don't think she sees the danger in it. Can you imagine if the countries could find a way to, let's say, I don't know, reverse the results of a war, or let's say, stop a king from being crowned? There'd be chaos. Let's say that they, well, and this is crazy, I know, but let's say that they went back to a time before the Mournlands, before Sire was destroyed. What would stop them from waging war once again? You saw what the king said in Zolenberg. The nations are itching for war. They just need a reason. You don't want this to be the catalyst, do we?
I believe you are correct, Orochi. There is only one path forward in this existence, and it is that. Forward. Temporal magic is little known in these realms, but extraordinarily fickle from what I understand. Iris is a powerful wizard. I trust her instincts, but I understand your concerns, and know that my curiosities and concerns have been growing as well, with regards to my observations of her magical power.
You've noticed it as well?
Yes.
Have you witnessed her do it?
Being close in her presence, I have experienced something. I can't quite explain it, but there is something curious about the experiments she's performing at all times, constantly studious. I thought of her just to be a bookworm at first when I first met her, but no, she's hungry, thirsting after some knowledge that's just out of her grasp.
Yes, it's something that initially interested me in Tears, but now I know the lengths she would go through, what drives her. I admired her ambition, I'll be honest, but it's unsettling to discover that this is what she was researching. But in
I
any
know all
case,
too
I'm
well
glad
the
I can
dangers of great wisdom and ambition, Orochi. Have I told you not of my tale of woe?
Yes. Then you would understand more than anybody why this would be dangerous. Well, this has certainly been an eventful conversation, Bluey. I'm glad you stopped by, and I appreciate this token. And I will talk to Solitude on your behalf. Of course, I won't announce as much, but I'm grateful nonetheless.
And I, Tiris, upon yours, and my discretion will be of equal measure.
Well, good hunting to both of us then.
Be well, Orochi. And Bluey walks out
Be
of the
well,
room,
Bluey.
closing his door. Or closing your door.
And he just goes back to his desk.
Are we ready to time skip forward to Petrol?
I'm okay with this.
Yep.
I
need a 5-minute break. This has been so hardcore. I just need to decompress for a second.
All right, let's take a quick 5, guys. I'll switch the maps up. Make sure you guys all have control of your minis while we are decompressing from all the information just learned.
All right. I'll be back in a sec.
Awesome.
All right.
This is the perfect time for that quote too. Where we're going, we don't need roads. Let's see here. Cool, that worked.
That's
New map space. Whoa. Oh, I can't wait. This looks so cool. I love the different angles you can get. Like up high or down low. It's so dope. Wow. Oh, the old lightning rail. That's cool. Ooh. Hold tier. Hold again. And I guess I shouldn't be exploring. Oops.
uh-oh.
Wow. So cool. the light effects on the lightning rail.
I'm back.
Welcome back. You're in for a treat. Map is cool.
Oh wow, boy.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Wow.
Price is just so much.
Jeez, what a great map.
Yeah, right. The sheer amount of detail that can be added into this stuff is bonkers. Oh, it keeps going? Holy crap, it's all the way over here? Oh my gosh.
Wait, so far.
Not a flying rock. And not the kind that is in our party.
So we are looking for a great gulch near the city, two
Well,
rising cliff sides. Are we RPing yet, or we still break?
No, we're still on break. I didn't really leave. So I was just kind of like oohing and ahhing over the map. Cause it's freaking awesome. Super cool. What is that?
Ow, kitty.
Sorry, John. Just saw your DM. I'm gonna send you a response right now.
I'm zoomed way out. And yeah. Just makes you wonder, like, what a map would be like of the place with Babala Saga and Curse of Strahd.
The place with Babala Saga.
Hold
Oh, the town?
Yeah, the one that flooded.
Oh, that would have been cool.
Yeah, but this is better than anything like that would ever be.
Oh,
It's fucking dope.
Could you imagine what what's that town we always kept having to go back to?
Balaki.
Could you imagine what that whole shit would have been like?
Cool, man.
Yeah.
I bet we'll see some cool towns here. So this is the Mournlands. These are the ruins of Metrol as well, or is this outskirts, or suburban Metrol, or is this the city proper, or?
Well, I think this is the part of the town that we're kind of like. Actually, I lied. I think this is. I think this is all of Metrol.
I bet it's just
because like you can see. Well, but you can see the rail, the lightning rail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the area that we're looking at right now, that you guys can see rendered in front of you, and rest assured, if you want to go to the other areas of Metrol, by all means, we can. But the area we're looking at is the southeastern portion that you see that's to the right of the river in the Metrol map, if that makes sense.
Oh, sorry, John, you were right. Dude, this looks so cool.
And the lightning rail itself, the 4 indicated icons, or I'm sorry, points of interest on that map would all be available for a visit, except that side of the arena.
I see it now. I was way over on the other side because this is giant. Actually, I'm not gonna bird's eye view this because I don't have a familiar and I don't know what this looks like. So I'm gonna zoom back in on Solitude. Pew.
See, I've already been like scrolling around, looking at stuff. Not like going into buildings and stuff like that, because that's too much. But just kind of looking at the overall map, and it's just cool.
I think it's more than fair for you guys to scroll around the map, so to speak, and kind of like look at from a bird's eye view. You have an airship's eye view, you know. So
I guess that's true. We do have an airship.
you guys flew in. I want to say if you wanted, it would be absolutely possible for Shiro to give you guys the victory lap, so to speak, to kind of get a bearing on where you wanted to land, where you wanted to
Oh,
drop
look,
you. So by
I'm
all means,
seeing.
if this doesn't seem like the place where you guys would land on the map, feel free to, drop your guys' minis wherever. And this is where Shiro
Looking
will
for a
eventually
great
build park.
gulch. 2 rising cliff sides, and I think I see it. If you pan to the right of our sheep.
What?
Oh, okay.
Way to the right, and then deeper in, I think. Yeah, right here.
Oh, look
He
at
just gave me a
that.
screenshot. Yeah,
That's it.
You want to go
and
there?
That's it. And you see the little arch. That's where it's going to be. And the little blue chasm. That's the entrance to the chasm right there. That little small crack. So that's where we got to get. In 2 hours, 3 hours.
I mean, I could definitely see.
As you fly over that area, you see, you can see the ground from the deck on the airship. And as you fly over that area specifically and get the view that I just showed you, you see in the distance, walking on the surface, a massive construct, spikes protruding from his body, blood and viscera dripping off of him. And you also see, just vaguely from the position you're at, there's corpses and bits of bodies stuck to the spikes. And the creature is massive, just hauling these bodies, traipsing through the moorlands. And I want to say when you fly over him, you see him stop at what looks to be some kind of remains. And you see him kick around and pick through it a bit, seeing that there's no actual flesh there still left, just bones and clothing. Kind of kicks it aside and begins walking in the same direction he was. That's what you see as you fly over.
Quick scribbled message to Bluey. Bluey, can you come up here as soon as possible?
Well, just so before we really get back into it, is everybody back?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just our
yeah, that's totally my bad. I like launched us into the game again.
What just dawned on me, I was like, just out of curiosity.
I'm so glad that all of you guys have good housekeeping too, because it helps to have more than one person keeping track of stuff like that.
Rochi, are you here? I haven't heard you.
Yep.
And
Malcolm?
I am here.
Cody?
Oh, all right. Cool.
Rock, as he comes up on the deck with the rest of you, looks pained.
Pained?
Pained,
like hurt.
Physical looking hurt.
He looks like he has a really bad headache.
I know that look. That's what I look like. See in the mirror every day.
Oh no.
Spend the night drinking again, Rocktaran.
No. For the past few hours, I've had this ferocious headache.
Do you need me to help you?
It is the mists. It is the mist of the morning, no doubt.
perhaps let's just get done what we came here to do.
We must, Monsieur Capitan, I point out where we think our destination is. Where is the best location to dock the airship if we are traveling to this location? So that we can beat a hasty retreat if we need to? And access it quickly?
He tells you that just outside the entrance to the chasm, as it seems to be an entrance on both sides. I'll send you a screen capture here real quick. And I don't know if that gives you a good enough perspective.
Oh, that would be good. And it would hide the ship from anyone who might be initially looking.
I'm beyond blown away by this map.
This sheer scale is
it's
massive.
stunning.
Yes.
It's stunning. It really is. All this is stunning.
There was times
All
when I
this
was building it where I had to wait a couple seconds at the end there because there was so much stuff on it. It was like, no, stop adding stuff.
like a train set.
I was like, all right, time to buy a new computer,
This is
Tailspire.
beautiful. It's beautiful.
I was stressing my G card out a little bit, I think. Let me get back to that.
We can land here. However, if we are wanting to cut to the chase, we can drop from the ship directly over the location and further fall in.
Aye, it would make sense. The ship can recharge, Shiro says.
I think I would rather walk a little bit, just instead of dropping right onto, a pool of poison or whatever. Because while we can fall slowly, we can't maneuver.
Oui. You are the military tactician. I will defer to your expertise, Monsieur Berlissé.
Right. Perhaps we just disembark from the ship on foot. Besides, that way if Rocktaran was so inclined to bring Fyrix, he could.
I think I would ride. His headache feels extreme.
That kind of reminds me. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Jack. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
That reminds me. You guys have spent a considerable time traveling through the Mournlands. At this point, you're now exposed to the mists. If you're on the sky deck, that is. Just
no other.
Just a reminder that those rules will apply. So you're looking to within the next hour find this door, so to speak. And the amount of time you spend here is something to be very wary of.
I suppose we would have met in one of the bubbled capsules until the very last moment. So maybe we should put our tokens there.
Oh, I didn't
That would be Solitude's strong suggestion is stay in the capsules for as long as possible and then.
Makes sense. Assuming that we were.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Gotta find the ship again. Whoa, that's cool. Piece of.
If you should be able to click on just like your token or whatever on the left.
Oh, sure enough.
And actually, click on any of ours for that matter.
Well, glad that that was not a thing whenever y'all were all looking for me.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
That would have been cheeky. That would have been cheating, though. So I never would have done it. Nope.
Did you do that?
No, I
Seemingly-
really
okay.
didn't.
Seemingly very spiteful.
I would never do that and get caught.
There you go.
And get caught.
By the way, if you're having trouble finding your mini, that's an excellent way to do it. There's the way that I was doing, because I literally just learned that just now from you guys. The way that I was doing it was just using tab, which is much more difficult trying to find the name of the person on the map. But thank you for that tip. And that's the best part about playing with a group. You learn things from everybody.
Aw, we're learning together. Aw.
Yeah. Seriously, it's good. It's good to learn from everybody.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Do we have our game plan?
Head straight there.
Basically.
Walk, get
As
in
fast as
your
possible?
docking area and walk it. Yep.
So, just so I'm clear, what exactly are we doing? Are we going to go fight this Lord of Blades, or what are we doing
I
here?
thought we were gathering surveillance.
Yeah, I
we were
don't think
gathering
we're
surveillance.
I don't think
We
we're
have
trying to fight.
24 hours to find the portal to the glowing chasm. The moon alignment, it happens once a year.
Mm-hmm.
Revealing the keyhole in the ground, that is our most pressing matter.
Right, we can find the Lord of Blades after.
We have located the stone arch and the gulch with the two cliff sides
Mm-hmm.
and the rift in the ground. It is over there, and she points.
Who among us has the ability to cast flight magic?
Who among you is devoted?
Hmm?
I can cast fly.
I can as well.
It is in a spellstone of mine.
You can too. Anyone else?
No?
Not my.
I thought we were
We should
just
save
taking
the fight for the emergency.
Yeah, I thought we were taking just the ladder or the elevator or whatever, what have you, down to the ground.
Thought too.
Oui.
There's an unrolling style ladder that you guys can unfurl down to the ground.
I thought perhaps we could fly to the chasm.
Yeah, we're
power.
going to that parking area that you showed us. So we're not in the right docked area, right? Remember you showed us a pic at the end of where
We're
gonna be
moving the whole
docked
ship. Oh,
Yeah, like near that bridge.
got
at.
it.
A mesa overlooking the gulch.
Okay, so if we're gonna park over there, then that's cool. That's fine.
Man, this map is amazing.
So
So
big.
we park over there and we
Disembark.
Start walking.
yeah. Where should we put our minis down for disembarkment?
Yeah, rather than moving the whole ship over there, that's what we can
Mhm.
do. We can just drop our minis over in that gulch area, on the opposite side of the gulch, I should say. And I'll drop a pick here for you guys. Yeah, actually, that's
Like over here?
even better idea. Just use the ruler. Perfect.
Got it.
Over there, okay.
Yeah, if you can see where I think Tears was showing you guys where to go. Awesome. Possibly the coolest of the ruler tools.
That is pretty freaking cool.
Awesome.
Hmm.
Dice.
Me,
Maybe
solitude.
when we're not so pressed for time, we can explore further.
down to ground level here. There we go. Now we're clicking with Crisco.
Cooking with Crisco, oh lord.
Kaboom!
Oh, I think it's trying my graphics card too.
But how do you cook with Crisco without gas?
Electricity.
Maybe we shouldn't port in on the
Wood?
giant cliff.
Giant cliff?
I think we're standing on a giant cliff.
I see a small little ledge that we're on, like a
Oh,
tiny
Oh,
rock.
it's a small ledge. It's only 14.6 feet. Yeah, never mind. Okay, we're good.
I love how you get that exact measurement that fast.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
That's awesome, Tailspire.
Delsey walks over and Sparta kicks Solitude off of this large, over-the-top cliff, all 15 feet of it.
Where are we again? Because I still see us all in the bubble.
Nope.
I
Click on.
Oh, you might have not moved your mini over there. I can help you with that. Let's see.
Okay, because I went back to the ship to find my mini and I didn't see it.
Uh-oh.
Click on your name on the top left,
Yep.
and it'll center your screen on your mini.
Yeah. If you can do it for me, though, that would be fantastic because my computer is lagging trying to keep up with all coolness.
Yep. I got you covered.
Thank you.
I just found you. You are in a bubble currently.
Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. So if you get lost from the party, if you shift-click your mini, you can then click on and hold shift. You can then click on another player. It'll drag you to where their mini is,
Dude,
and you can put your mini down next to them.
Walk me through that one more time, because I have Tyrus shift right now.
Okay, so if you shift-click the mini and you pick it up, and it's gray, you can then let go of the mouse click. You don't have to hold on to it. And you click on Belsay's portrait. It'll drag you to where Belsay's mini is.
Get out of here! That's awesome.
And it will drag Tyrus's mini with you, and then you can just put it down.
You see what
That's
I meant
awesome.
about learning with friends? Yes.
Now look, you can see up above. That's one of those palaces.
You should make a
what are they
YouTube
called?
video.
By the way, the 352 feet of movement per turn is literally the exact math of 40 miles per hour. By the way, I thought you'd be very proud of me, Malcolm.
I am super proud of you, actually. Wow.
Division.
The palaces of Vermishard. Up there, you can
What
see
a
one of
badass
them.
name.
It is a really cool
It's really
name.
good.
Where are you from? Oh, the palaces of
Vermishard.
Vermishard.
You know.
I got a crib in Vermishard. It's nice.
Got an extra house in Vermishard, you know. Is it Vermishard or Murmishard?
Or Vermishard.
Vermishard, yeah, with a V.
With a B as in Bob.
B as in
V as in Volkswagen.
Yep, as in victory.
Oh. There is no B as in Bob. Gotcha. There is no Bob.
He
I
has
just
a name.
made you think there was.
Monsieur Bluey, vous êtes Monsieur Bluey? You Gragus?
Alright.
Grey Goose.
Leon, are we ready to proceed?
We're not without Bluey and Gragus?
Yeah, Grey Goose.
Oh, Lord. Gotta make sure you got your Grey Goose before you go move out.
I whip out the Book of Shadows and all caps, Bluey. Bluey, vous êtes est-ce que vous nous êtes le chasm?
There's no quick button for Bluey and Gragus, damn it. It's alright. I could find him real quick.
Of course, it is the one that does not have to breathe who is taking his fancy time.
That's so funny. Grey Goose.
Goose.
I once knew someone who said Grey Goose was their spirit animal.
That's not good. That is not good.
That's kind of sad.
Now, if they said Tito's, then we.
Oh, Lord.
I don't think Tito should be anybody's spirit animal. I'm sorry.
Cheetos are good, especially the Cheetos Puffs.
No, he said Tito's.
I know.
Oh God, can you imagine Tito's Puffs?
Tito's Puffs sound terrible.
I mean, if Sister Cheetah is your spirit animal, you have other problems now.
The cheetah is pretty poorly designed
Go
creature.
ahead.
I don't know.
Pretty cool shot. I'm gonna have to screenshot this.
Bluey
So we
Gragas
disembarked
came
from the ship.
traipsing up from behind you.
Glad to see you joining
Greg,
us.
it's so good of you to join us.
Yeah.
Yes, I had
Jinx.
to rouse him from his bed. It appears he was spending the entire time drinking.
Ooh,
Only the entire time.
fine, Bluey. I'm not like others.
Is he drunk right now?
Oh, yeah.
Roll perception.
Oh, natural 20.
Like, I would say, perspective-wise, let's see. Oh, I'm going to do what John did. Get quick ruler going. I guess that's awesome. 20, 30 feet, even 30 feet away from Gragas, you can smell the pungent aroma of his mead. And he does look to be rather drunk.
So much for being
oh,
stealthy.
guys. Before some of you guys joined back up, we spotted a massive construct with spikes all over its body. Dead bodies stuck to the spikes, and it's walking around rooting through remains and looking for more to stick on it. Is that A? I would have asked Bluey, is that the Lord of Blades? And B, it's not like right by us, is it?
No, this, from your perspective, it would be far into the gulch. I'm not even sure if, from your perspective, you'd be able to see it right now. No, I want to say no. You wouldn't be even able to see it at this moment. But Bluey would have told you no, that's surely not the Lord of Blades. What he thinks that is a cadaver collector.
I don't like the sound of that.
I kind of love it,
He's like a
actually.
trash man. He's like a
It's
little
a
trash
job.
man.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Someone has to
it's
do
a
it.
job. Unionized. Benefits.
All right.
Day
Enough
jobs.
dawdling. We must get going. It is
Do
how much
they
time until the weird alignment thing? 2 hours? 1 hour?
Do they what?
At this point,
Adrian?
roughly an hour, and yeah, it sounded like Adrian had a question.
create the cadavers they collect?
That's an excellent question. Cadavers have the ability to create, yes, zombified instruments of their will.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, lovely.
Then we'll need every able hand that we have. Right, Gargus? And Belsay will pat him on the shoulder after you see Belsay bite his thumb to just hard enough to get a little bit of blood, pats him on the back, and proceeds to lay on hands. 5 points, so that his drunkenness is very gone now.
I'll say.
You know, you could use 1 point
Doing this.
to save those other 4.
Oh, you have to do
No,
5 to
no.
cure a thing.
Yep.
What?
He's looking
Yep,
Oh,
it's
that sucks.
fresh as a clean sheet now.
Thanks, Blue.
and he is probably not happy about it.
He's terribly, terribly pissed off as he has no mead currently to down to change the effects. But Bluey begins to describe these cadavers in a little bit more detail. He tells you that the Mornlands themselves, they are the home to many a spirit. A cadaver collector can call up these spirits, control them as his own. Not just using the corpses that it's collected, the dishonored bodies of long-dead warriors. It has powerful necromantic magic. We must be careful.
Can we lure it away somehow?
They are attracted to dead bodies. Perhaps if one of you is able to create an illusion, we can draw it away. Yet, if the guise is up, he will be onto us.
Unless we provide
I
a
can help
dead
that.
body.
Something
I did not
that I
think
can
of that,
provide.
Belsay.
What did Belsay say?
He said unless we could provide a real body.
Oh.
Which is an awesome idea, but
Never know.
let's kill some
As
people.
they say in favorite.
That's something I can provide, actually. If we
A body?
need to use such a tactic.
A body? Just
In a manner of speaking.
A random dead body?
I think
carrying one of those?
at least 2 or 3 people in character say that. I know Bluey does. A
As the bag
body?
of holding, Lord knows what is in there.
You had it. You tell us.
I'm
True.
interested.
There were no corpses in it when I had possession of it, but Orochi has had it for some time now.
Orochi,
know
do you
not
have
what
the
she
means to
refers to.
produce such things?
There are certain magics that can summon, let's say, still moving bodies from the depths of Kyber. I know such a spell. I had some time to research it while we were on the airship.
I don't know that those corpses.
Simply tell me. What was that?
I was saying I don't know that those corpses would interest the cadaver. They're still moving.
Well, they could be not moving if I commanded them to do such.
We should walk and talk. We have 1 hour until a solar event that only happens once a year is to occur. So,
Yeah, we'll proceed forward.
Allez-vous?
Yeah.
Alright.
See you.
Oh, jeez, Belsay's going way in.
I didn't move my camera at all. I just started. Wait. Oh no, come back. Oh no, he's like way up there now.
Easy, buddy. Oh.
Alright, where are y'all moving? Y'all just like zipped. Okay.
I'm moving right into the shadows over here.
As you approach opening of the gulch, the archway that stands above you, you notice is a man-made stone bridge leading from one side of the gulch to the other. At one time, this was probably used to perhaps transport mined materials out of the hills here, as it's well known that the hills in Sire contain metals such as mithril and adamantine. And Bluey kind of tour guides this as you guys walk past, walking underneath the bridge. You walk past also what looks to be some kind of a generator of some kind, long since out of use and dead. And you notice a set of train tracks, both which seem to loop around and lead into the cliff face. There was once what you can make out as some kind of an archway entrance that's been caved in with stone. And this, you know what? Actually, let's do this. Rock, you're a nature guy.
I am a nature guy.
As you walk by, you notice this clearly, like these collapsed, caved-in entrances. They stick out like a sore thumb to you. Roll a survival check or nature check.
17.
Yes. This does not look to be natural rockfall. This looks like perhaps explosion, perhaps some kind of a leverage implement was used to force great rocks to block what once was presumably entrances. You look up at the cliff face structure and you're kind of baffled at that thought for a moment, as it would literally have to be built within the natural formation of rock, an extremely daunting task, but not impossible, something that dwarves and architects of great cities like Sire would certainly be capable of.
I would be careful. There's something of intelligence here. Building things in the mist.
Hmm.
Well, that's not ominous.
Ooh.
Proceed with caution. Do we see this creature yet?
Checking for traps as we move along, then I suppose.
As you
Sure.
get to, yeah, I would say right about, right about here, you'd be able to see this gigantic creature stalking around, and he's still just kind of skulking, looking around. You can't really see any signs of, bodies nearby, but as you start to look closely, you do. You see, scattered even in this very gulch, what looks to be soldiers, skeletons within their husks of armor. Some of them donning spears, some of them donning swords, but they're kind of scattered throughout like this was at once a great battlefield. Or perhaps this was the last remnants of a fleeing army on the day of mourning.
Do you want me to sneakily scout ahead? Or do we go in together?
I think it might be good to have somebody get the lay of the land ahead of us.
All right. Coming right up.
Well, just
Does Sawtooth have good stealth?
Oui, stealth is good.
I was
If you would
thinking
like, I can go instead, or
that's
in
actually what
addition
I
to
was.
perhaps.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Was
Yeah,
Liren would
'cause-
go.
Solitude looks hurt. Right, Liron?
Does Laird have good
Après vous?
stealth?
Yes. I probably have the best stealth in the party.
What?
Um,
I got plus 8.
And learn itself.
all right. I'm trying to move my right here. Come on. Little bridge. I gotta tear down the bridge a little bit so I can see.
If you get right at ground level, you can see up.
Oh, there. That'll work. Thank you.
This is very helpful. Otherwise, you feel like you can't look up, which is a very bad feeling. Bon chance, Liron.
Whoa, yeah, if you get ground level, that really gives you a cool perspective.
Yeah, especially
it's
you want to
crazy.
think of it as like whatever level your mini is at, that's kind of where you want the camera to be. So the best way to find your level of your mini is to use the green tool to do that, and then put your white tool there at that exact spot, and move your green tool around as you see fit after that. But if you're ever trying to find your level, I find that to be really helpful when I'm building stuff or when I'm moving around the map with a character.
Right.
There's also another thing when you're shift moving. If you press X, it'll drop you on the topmost surface. So if you're having trouble like placing yourself, it'll do it for you.
Oh,
Good to know. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
All right. I wanted to walk up to this pillar here and take a look around real quick. What do I see? Anything of note?
So you peek out from around the pillar, and are you looking kind of in the direction of this construct that's stalking around down in the direction of the gulch?
Yes.
Well, you see, of course, him, but you see past him something that kind of looks shocking to you. You see tiny little beacons that are lit aflame, small little torches in the distance.
I see them
up
in the
a
distance.
small little staircase that's built into the rock outcrops. And I'll just send this to the party real quick. This is off in the distance.
I'm looking at our characters right now. Oh, never mind.
And then
Cool.
I'm just going to zoom out a little bit so you can see where that is perspective-wise. It is right there.
Got it.
Cool.
All right. Gotta situate my camera again. Just mess me up. Oh my gosh, how dare you?
Yeah, I have no idea what effect that has on you. I will try and be more responsible about when I use it.
All right. Well, I'm going to try and carefully sneak around, stick to the shadows, and skirt along the side here.
Okay, go ahead and roll stealth.
All right.
As I booted John out of the game before the session started, he was trying to practice in Tailspire a little bit, and I was trying to figure out how to
So
get
that
him in the game.
is
It was not a good.
a 21.
All right. The 21, I'm going to say that you are stuck to that wall and completely invisible to this construct as he stalks for more cadavers strewn about what was perhaps a battlefield, perhaps a slaughter ground.
What is it doing? Is it just walking and searching?
Yeah, it seems like lost and without a purpose, almost. These creatures Bluey described were said to stalk the battlefields of the Mournlands and take the bodies and use them to create these zombified uh, uh, minions, so to speak, that they had control over. Specifically because they wanted to feel dominance over the fleshling race that created them and forced them into a life of only war. And originally, these creatures were kind of designed, so to speak, like medics. They would go out and serve as aid and be able to collect multiple wounded soldiers at once. They took on much more gruesome purpose and duty after being exposed to the Mournland mists.
Question for you, sir.
Mhm.
I see in this little spot here. Is this a cave down here? It looks like, or is that just unfavorable terrain?
Yes, we could certainly call that unfavorable terrain. Doesn't look
Okay.
like it leads anywhere besides potentially a cave-in hazard.
Okay. I'm going to point back and message. Let's see. Can I? Ruler. Oh,
Oh no.
dang it.
You got
I'm
your sending stone.
121 feet.
You really need to. You
I'll
really need to.
take
You
like
got your sending stone.
I think
I'll
you
take
could,
like a
yeah, I was
little
gonna
bit
say
step
you could take a baby step backwards.
and cast sending to Tyrus, who is up front, and I don't know. This creature seems to be wandering around aimlessly, but I do see some braziers or beacons up ahead. You
This
can
is
reply to
interesting.
this message.
Perhaps we should all try to sneak past. And she'll turn back to the party and say, perhaps we should all try to sneak past.
I'll message back and say, if that's the case, let me come back so I can give you all assistance. And I will sneak back the way whence I came, carefully quietly.
Carefully.
Like, it seems like the construct is wandering without too much sentience, even. It seems lost. However, might present to be able to be snuck behind. Therefore, I will cast Pass Without Trace.
Oh, cool.
Ooh,
That's
what does it look
huge.
like?
All of a sudden, you just notice your footfalls no longer make sounds. You even like accidentally kick up some gravel, and it's muted. It sounds like it's just barely just a little. Your shadows almost just seem like they just fade away.
That's cool.
Nice.
Salto holds her hand up and goes, "What?" You see her staring with eyes very focused at her book of shadows as words appear on it in frosty script.
Oh,
Draylon is speaking away from me.
What?
Draylon says he fears he may put us in great danger.
you have to speak up. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Stage
Just pretend you're
whisper.
whispering.
Draylon says he fears he may put us in great danger.
Well, it's
He
too late
did-
for that now, isn't it?
And he definitely did.
He says that the doorway that we are looking for does not lead to the chasm. It is the gorge itself that conceals the chasm.
So what does the
Oh,
door
no.
lead to?
She closes the book and looks up. He says it leads to the source of the day of mourning itself.
Oh
Oh.
It
boy.
worries me how he knows so much.
I was thinking
Calls
the
it-
same thing.
He calls it the home of the Arbiter. Whatever that means. But whatever it means, he says it is not good.
I suddenly am calling into question Draylon's trustworthiness, as it is not known what the initial cause of the day of mourning was. Why would a dwarven mage, generally stuck inside of a fort nowhere near Sire, know so much? Books can only tell you so many things, and there
Well,
aren't
do you
many
think we
written
should turn
about.
back?
The scribbles in the book.
Absolutely not. Why would we do that? We're here.
How can you be so sure?
There's so much to learn. We only have tonight. We have to go. It would be a horrible missed opportunity.
He says that it is a utmost certainty because the texts that he recovered, the ones that he relies on, were recovered from the library of Aaron D. Canith himself.
Perhaps we
Alright.
should tread
Well-
lightly.
We do not want to come into contact with whatever is the source of this mourning, but we are supposed to look at the required time, right, to see if the crystals had emerged.
Or perhaps we do.
Perhaps we do what?
Want to meet this arbiter. Imagine if we could find the cause of the Medieval.
I'm sure he wouldn't be friendly.
Assuming it's a living being at all.
Exactly.
Come on, we have to press forward. Let's go. Have you ever seen Tiris giddy and excited? I don't know, but she is now.
Okay. We
Let's just not die.
If you were looking for the chasm, the gorge
You
itself
worry
is
too much.
hiding it.
It'll be fine.
I mean, we're in the gorge, and the chasm is right there.
Is the chasm the door?
Oh no, there is a doorway that takes you to the source of the morning itself.
Shall we?
Is the moon starting to come out? We look up. Are we?
Yeah, as you look up
Getting
in the
into
skies,
position
you can
here.
see the moon is almost positioned almost directly above you, still slightly at an angle. And you remember hearing what he had said about the large arching structure that would reveal through a crack or a hole in it a ray of light pointing you in the direction of the door.
Oh. I look up at the bridge that we're under. Does there seem to be such a thing?
You could see almost faintly at first, but then even more clearly as a couple minutes go by. You're looking at the bridge, you keep noticing a particular spot, a gap, and before your very eyes, it begins to emit a beautiful, brilliant, soft white light.
Tyrus almost jumps and points up at it.
The light
What's it?
forms into a beam. And the beam points almost directly forward in the same direction as the cadaver hauler from the perspective of the bridge. It points up at a magnificent building that sits atop the gorge itself. And I'm going to send you guys a screenshot of what I'm referring to.
Is it one of the palaces of Vermishard?
It is indeed
I just see the gorge.
one of the palaces of Vermishard.
That makes sense. Is the mist originated from there?
I just see the gorge.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
Okay. So it's the one on the left, the right.
From your guys' perspective,
Right.
it is the one on the right, up on top of the gorge. Yep.
Does the light seem to be pointing to a particular spot on this building?
You can see that it's shining almost to a flat walled surface, but the beam seems to almost pass through the wall, and you can see that it extends out onto the other side. Were you to be on that side, you would see that it extends no further than the entrance. Long cobbled stairway leads up to the beautiful marbled surface building.
We have no choice. It is now or never.
Hang on. Let me measure something.
Liren, did you already cast Pass Without? I think
Yes, I did.
Okay. We must discover the doorway before it disappears, and hopefully survive the process.
Yes. Well, stay close to me and we can be on our way quickly but quietly.
Rolling stealth.
Oh,
Tyrus grabs rock.
Kills him.
Rock
kills
is
him?
extremely distracted by his headache. What is happening? Tyrus,
Coming with me.
I am here.
Wide, crazy grin. Dimension doors to the entrance of this place.
Oh!
It is less than 500 feet away.
Fucking awesome.
It's the ultimate, it's what my character would do moment there.
Yeah.
Well, I guess she hates me. She's trying to kill me now. It's fine. Where are we?
You just got dimension doored to the front of that temple, or I'm sorry, the palace of Vermishard. One of the
Oh, way the
palaces.
hell over there.
And this would be the main palace, too, I might add.
I assume this is the right place?
Yep.
Where I move my mini?
Let's see here. Click on rock. Yep, that's the right place.
What?
Oh, sorry, that is the wrong place.
Nothing like a party split to get you going in the morning?
Now you should be in the right place, Rock.
Okay.
My bad.
Nothing.
Boy.
The goal being to get over here before that ray of light disappears.
Stuck the landing.
Hmm?
You stuck the landing too.
Good.
And you see in front of you almost like a magically illuminated doorway. There's no physical door there. Whatever, if there was, it's long since been destroyed or broken down. Excellent question. Let me answer this real quick before I continue.
So crazy.
Whoever put this dimension door in my rank, thank you.
That was me.
Thanks.
Solitude. Reminds me not to put that spell in one of her gems again.
Oh, she'll just get it next level up.
Absolutely.
Very much. At least she and Rock are on a better terms. Should we follow? I think we should try to catch up to them.
And
So
as you walk up,
creeping around.
Sorry.
Nope, that's it.
Nope, you're good.
Oh, can I do something before we get too far?
Yeah, please do, man.
So Roach is gonna say those fools, and then he's gonna touch Belsay's shoulder. He's gonna dimension door also using the spell gem, and he's gonna appear right behind them with Belsay.
Does Belsay go willingly?
Yeah.
Okay. I look over at Solitude.
Goose, Bluey. Listen, I have the spell as well. It originates with me. I can take one of you, but I cannot take all three of you. So we either walk it together, or someone else has the spell. Looking around, looking at Liren. Huh? All right. A mental note: we should add this. We should add it to your crystal next time as well. But we have to walk it, boys and girls. Come on.
If you could take Gragas or Bluey if they are not as good at stealth, but I have a feeling that Bluey is.
I think we will be all right. I do not want to leave you alone.
I'm sure I would be fine with Bluey.
I am sure that I'll be fine with Gragus, but I am not going to leave the group so fractured.
That is actually appreciated.
I will follow your lead. And she rolls stealth.
All right. So I guess we roll stealth again, but with a +10.
+10.
All right.
How is this? 34 good? Is a 34 a good stealth roll? Again?
Oof, I rolled
absolutely.
terrible.
34 decent? Okay, good.
You are more than decent.
Oh, also a 34.
We are the Shadow Sisters, are we not, Liron?
It just appears so.
That feels so dangerous.
Oh my gosh.
She starts to finger the strap of her killer satchel. Maybe make some more corpses out here before the day is done? A girl can dream. Alright, so we're going around here to around the side.
I'm trying to relocate my. Okay, we're here.
Sort of like
Oh,
this.
that's not me.
Is that right?
Yep.
The way our minis move looks so non-stealthy.
I know, it's just like derp derp.
Like the guys in Monty Python clapping coconuts together.
Yes.
Totally does, yes.
Sure.
Okay, now we are in the shadows. Okay. That's good.
All right, so Tears, as you and Rock approach this door and stand in front of it, you see, like I said, it's almost like a magical barrier. You see that there's also what looks to be some kind of a ethereal keyhole, big enough for you to put the key into.
She holds up the map that I got from Jalen.
And as you do so, the light passes through the map, and it passes through the keyhole. And you hear a soft click. And then the ethereal door seems to shimmer and fade away.
Oh, hi, Dulce.
Oh, hello. It's jarring.
Does anyone else hear that?
Did you say, does anyone else hear that?
Yes.
Hear what?
I
What
don't.
specifically?
Yes.
In
the distance, you hear faint whispers and rasps of the wind beating against the rocks, but that's really the sounds around you, at least.
I don't think that what I was hearing was local to the ship.
How do you mean?
I still hear it.
In your head?
It's getting louder, they'll say.
Describe it.
Rock grunts and he looks down and he looks around. Talking. Voices. Indistinct, but getting clearer.
Do you recognize them?
No, I don't think so.
Does this sound like anything I've ever heard of? I mean, Dulce's not like a mental or like medicine expert by any stretch, but is this like at all similar to what he goes through, or is this something different?
Yeah.
Sorry, muted. From the perspective of your understanding what Rock's going through and your knowledge, I would say it's fair to probably assume that Belsay thinks he understands what Rock is going through, hearing the whispers in his head. But meta DM to player answer, I think they're very different.
I mean, I'm getting that sense as well, but trying to not let my own knowledge bleed into Belsay's much more limited perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Rock, I focus on the task at hand. That helps me, giving myself something to do, a goal, task, someone to protect, something to protect. That helps me anyway. With the guilt. So if those are the voices you're hearing, then
Guilt?
that might help.
I'm not
If
sure.
if you're going through what I think you're going through, that is. Anyway.
Rock, who normally boasts a tall and rangy, powerful figure, he looks almost gaunt in the moonlight. And when I was answering your question, I probably did you a disservice by not saying this instead. You feel like you understand what Rock's going through, but you can notice a visible and physical difference in Rock's nature. This is a taxing thing on yourself as well, don't get me wrong, but he looks ill.
It's not just like a mental illness situation. It's something much more tangible.
No, in the time that he's gone from the airship bubble to here, he looks like he's gone from having a massive headache to being on the verge of sickness. Perhaps like he may throw up. Sweat furrows his brow. He does look like he could be perhaps getting sick.
Rock, give me your hand.
Rock will give Belsay his hand.
And with the same thumb he punctured a little earlier to lay on hands, Gragas, he'll once again do so and shake your hand, and as he does, he lays on hands for another 5 points. So he's attempting to cure a disease or like neutralize a poison, to see if that'll do the trick. And if for whatever reason Rocktaran has lost 5 hit points, he gets that back too. So
he has not. As you do this, Rock will clutch his shoulder and fall to one knee.
Rock, what happened? What?
Don't do that again.
Pierce looks towards the doorway. Is it still open? Does it seem to have been changing at all?
Mr. Dungeon Master, are you muted?
I definitely am. You now see just an empty door frame. Sorry about that.
Did we gather anything from Draylin that makes us think that the doorway will only be open for a short time?
That's a good question.
If Solitude messages Draylin and asks this question, Draylin would respond back that his transcribing of the text hasn't progressed that far to discover that information yet, but he thinks that once you open the door, it's opened for good. At least to those who've opened it.
Alright. While we wait for the others to catch up, we should go on inside. You can rest on there.
I will progress. I will climb to my feet.
Okay.
Iris will, just in case, leave the map key outside with her spider familiar guarding it, so that the next group, when they catch up with us, can let themselves in if they need. Just in case.
And Dungeon Master, as we're skulking around the shadows, we are looking for any, I don't know, shiny objects, loot, fun little things that could have been discarded and stuck in the corners as we're stealthing.
Anybody stealthing and looting can roll investigation to see what you find, and we'll see what we get here.
18.
Oh, I guess I'll roll 2. Might as well keep my eye out.
Should they come up with a name
10.
for our stealth team earlier on? We could be Team Panther Force.
Oh my god.
No.
That is a terrible name.
Panther Force sounds good and
Oh my
sneaky.
No,
god.
that's one of the worst
No?
names I've ever heard.
Okay, well, I also suggest the Shadow Sisters. Huh? Hmm?
Oh wow.
Better.
Worse.
Slightly worse.
All right, Leon. Well, you come up with something then.
How about when we're not trying to catch up with our friends?
All right. Do you see anything? There might be some ancient stuff here too that could be worth something. Did I see anything with my 18?
Lyra, you see one of these bodies that the cadaver may have picked over at some point. Really just, again, a skeleton in the husk of a shell of armor. It has a beautiful cloak wrapped around it. Red, has gold lining. And it strikes you. And as you pick it up, you see it kind of doubles as a cape or a cloak, and it gives you the urge to try it on. It's a beautiful item, and I would say it strikes you as you are investigating for things. Solitude, for you, you come across what is an interesting looking dagger, and the shape of it is probably what attracts you to it most. At first you think it's a scimitar, but too small to be one, but its beautiful curved blade has an interesting looking tip that appears to be almost onyx black, starkly different from the metallic silver the rest of the item.
She takes it.
Okay.
Do I sense any kind of magic anything from this one that
Same here.
Yeah, if you were to do detect magic on the dagger,
I actually do
Solitude.
not have detect magic, but
How about if we weren't to do detect magic
If you
and just
weren't
like
to do detect magic, we'd be waiting for someone to identify this for you.
Damn it.
But I want to say that you've spent enough time around magical items and in shops, just in the course of this campaign.
Are there any runes? You know?
Yeah, you get the sense that this is definitely not an ordinary cloak. It's not just for fashion. And that almost alluring feeling of wanting to put it on is slightly off-putting, but slightly arousing.
I would think, just given her history, she wouldn't actually put it on, but she would still realize that the temptation is there. So, oof.
And I'm just gonna.
Let's go get to our friends. We can try the cool stuff later.
Being that it is, I think, 11 o'clock, I think this is probably a good place for us to stop. But I am gonna send you, Solitude, and you, Lyra, your items so you can understand what they are. So you don't have to wait until you get identified, at least in real life. But
Great.
this is what you
Assuming
found.
that Paris lives through going in here basically by herself, she'll identify it for you later. It'll be fine.
Rock is following you.
I was gonna say, so is Dulce.
Are Gragoose and Bluey with us in the stealth team?
Yeah, we tried to take them with us.
I know you're busy dungeon mastering, so we can
they're
just assume they're
absolutely
with us.
you. Yeah, Whenever they're not near you, you could just assume that they're near you.
Okay. Got Control F auto located to us.
That's my fault.
Control F follow.
Well, I see that Orochi and Bluey are over near us.
Yeah, I was trying to move Gragas over there just a short moment ago, and I appear to have yeeted him into the ether. Which happens.
Eats it into the ether.
Yes. I do that. I do that sometimes when I'm building things. It's real fun. Like, well, I suppose I don't have that asset anymore. Here is Gragas. If you find other Gragases, he is an imposter. You must kill him.
Ooh, doppelgangers, murder!
Yeah. The Mornland Mists have created a double of Gragas. Quickly, what will you do? Guys, I hope this session was as thrilling for you as it was for me. I think Tailspire was hands down an excellent switch. For me, it just helps me focus a lot more.
For sure.
And I really appreciate you guys making this switch too.
I love it.
Honestly,
so worth it.
In all honesty, with 2 weeks worth of RP, I could have gone for a little more adventure, a little less talking.
Yeah, I'm making to kill stuff.
A little bit much.
Sorry.
It's all good.
I felt that too, to be honest. I was like, I gotta get them like on a board with an encounter with some strategy because we did go pretty hard in the arena, but it has been heavy role play the last couple of weeks. But I promise you, with what is to come, with the door you just breached, you will have your hands full there, Rock. And in your current state, you may be wishing you wish for something else.
But you guys could have thrown a shoe at the cadaver collector and had a fight and bypassed it.
That's true. I'll just throw a shoe at Rock instead, since he's apparently the new cadaver collector. Clearly, that's what's happening.
Oh yeah, that's clearly it.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it is.
And I think that you guys are going to really enjoy this next session. I think it's going to be a good mix of roleplay, combat, learning things about what we've been, delving into over the course of the last couple of months. And I love that you guys are loving the little Easter eggs that you're picking up and realizing along the way. And
it's fantastic.